Slash All. It is Friday night, and we are at the night we've been building up to for weeks. Oh, it's Brody!
Brody's on
It's my
stream.
little nephew!
Yeah, the early start means it's not his bedtime yet, so he gets to make a guest appearance. I've been waiting for
Oh.
this for a while. He is a caster in training. He's probably going to go pro League of Legends. He's going to at least break silver, so he's going to be better than his dad.
That, or he's gonna side with his uncle, and he's gonna be a production team.
Yeah.
That's all recruiting slash all team. The end goal is for people to join production team instead of a professional team.
All right, Brody.
Yeah.
Well, we got a lot of important announcements to make, so you can go ahead and go to bed as we've got a
Oh.
loaded amount of pregame that we got to get to. We've got All Pro that's been voted on. We have MVP, and then we obviously have the main event of the night, which is we have number 2 Fools 5 taking on Elysium Calypso for Season 5 Piltover Division title. But without further ado, I think we can go ahead and get right into the All Pro voting. So the way this works this season is I reached out to a few contacts, at least one person from each team, a few of the production staff as well. They sent me in their picks for the All Pros as well as the MVPs, myself, some of the team players, captains. So this is an aggregate of all of those data. The voting this season was pretty close, so we actually have a third team that we've introduced, and they won't necessarily get a title, but sometimes you got to throw in the honorable mentions. So without further ado, Brett, I'm gonna throw over the honorable mentions. This is gonna be the third team slash honorable mention tier, and I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, you see kind of pop up on your screen, and again, these are the players that we just feel like deserve some recognition, even though they might not have made the cut towards the end. So we got Smoke from Hyperion up there in the top lane, RF Mouse in the jungle, Night Star Golden Fools 5, Elysium Chaser, and Griffin in the bot lane. It's already seen some of the players who are, if not showing up tonight, showed up last week in semifinals. It's I don't know. Out of all of them, the one that catches me off the guard the most is probably RF Mouse. I didn't expect him to be in honorable missions.
Like, you thought he would be lower or higher?
Higher. I thought he'd be higher.
Okay.
He's
So
been.
yeah, that's a good transition to point out that these are based on regular season. So obviously, RF Mouse and Nightstar Golden have absolutely popped off in the playoffs. But the voters were told to specifically think back, go on a time machine, and base these votes purely on regular season. That's the intention of them. Playoffs are a whole different story. So obviously, as we get into some of these second and third teams, you'll see some of these players on these lists. I'm not going to be playing tonight because I think RF Mouse and Nightstar Golden have completely stepped it up in the playoffs. And have been a big reason that they were able to actually reverse sweep some of their companions here on the third team in Smoke. And not Griffin at the time, but Griffin had a good regular season as well. Chaser, we're going to see him tonight. I like this group a lot. These are some late bloomers in RF Mouse and Nightstar Golden. Excited to see them later tonight. Let's go ahead and get to our second team now. So second team going to be thrown up on your screen in 3, 2, 1. Bam. Go ahead, take this list in. This is the first time Brett's seen the list as well, so he's got to kind
Yeah.
of calibrate himself. You see basically the Elysium Calypso team here, minus Chaser. So this is going to be the squad that you're going to really get to see tonight. Basically, seeing the second team take on some of the honorable mentions here. SG, fantastic statistical season. He's been kind of our first NAR player in Slash All, which has been good to see. Duddy Brains, resurgence from them specifically. They've been on a couple of very strong Elysium teams, but haven't made it to the finals yet. Now I keep having to check myself as I'm saying this, but yes, I believe this is Duddy's first time in the finals. Has been a standout performer in Slash All for a while. Obviously, Naysayer, he is a lot of people's MVP picks. This is the best player on Elysium Calypso, the strongest player for sure. Ajuka, an ADC role, swapped mid-season with NBK, so he's playing ADC this season. Another very fantastic statistical performance. I think he's our first 9+ CS per minute achiever over the entire course of the season. Hit 9 CS per minute on average. And then Relix, obviously fantastic support, holds down the bot lane with Chaser. There, we're going to see a lot of Relix tonight, or a lot of this team tonight. And without further ado, you want to go ahead and throw it to the first team, or do you have any comments you want to touch on before I send it?
I mean, I just had to call out Ajuka, because last season, like there's been rumors that he's like he plays 80 carry and he's an 80 carry player, and then like last season when he went to 80 carry role, it was very very rough, and then it was a completely different player this season. So I was excited to see him make All Pro and kind of show up here. And then the rest of them we don't necessarily not highlight them as we'll see them later tonight, but big kudos to shout out Ajuka here.
Yeah, and speaking of players that we're not going to see tonight, if I go ahead and throw the first team on there, this is obviously the team that completely dominated the regular season, Flame Horizon. They ended up falling to the team that you're going to see tonight, Elysium Calypso. So the second team kind of taking down the first team, but it may look a little bit different tonight. But if you do go back in that time machine, you look at the regular season, this just was an absolute season ran by Flame Horizon. Their record was their statistical performance as well. I mean, their KDAs were through the roof. They were winning games, and it wasn't close. And that's why you see 4 out of the 5 members here. Minus Bot GF with RP has been fantastic this season in the ADC role. We're going to get the pleasure of seeing him play tonight. He was a part of that reverse sweep last week that we got to see Heat casted. That was a banger. But this is a player that goes into the bot lane. He picks the ADC that he's going to apply an extreme amount of pressure, and he just puts the pedal to the metal, and he hits every pressure point that you give him the ability to stress.
Yeah, whenever I see like these kind of like setups where it's like a full roster and all pro, I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of bias going on here. And then you just go and you look at the player stats, and you have like Sinja posting like a 9.0 KDA. You have NBK having the highest kill participation, I believe, of all the top laners. Hero Joe having an 80% Baron control. Like if Baron was taking the game, 80% of the time it was him taking it. This team was just so far ahead of everybody else statistically. And just curse of the first seed to not see them here at playoffs. But I just when you go and look at the player stats, each one of them stand out so far in their respective roles. It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah, just to further touch on that, this is a team that I hope to see some of these players returning. The information that I know, it's going to look a little different next split, but it's been a pleasure for Flame Horizon. Obviously, these have been heritage. You've got MBK on here, Champion, Hacks on here, Champion, Hero Joe on here. He's been a multi-time finalist. Led a Flame Horizon team last season that was it was fun to watch. He was definitely the main character, got to kind of shine in his light, came over to the super team, did kind of take more of a supportive role, game manager role, and has played that to perfection. And then obviously Sinja has been here since season 1, and is a previous champion as well. So, and we'll see if Bot GF with RP can become a champion. Tonight he has the opportunity to. But the last thing on the docket is the MVP. We're kind of right on schedule. So to preface this, I had people give me I told them, give me a few options and reasoning why you think people could be the MVP. If you feel very strongly about one person, give me one person and why you think they are the MVP. And the MVP, plural, MVPs that we have tonight. Because
Foreshadowing.
I did a co-MVP this season. I could not decide. We are deadlocked. And the 2 players, I thought both of them deserved this. MVP in my mind, you take the player off the team, and what's the biggest delta, the difference when you take this player, remove them from the team, what's the new team look like? These 2 players, one of them we got to see the applicable take him away from the team, and as I'm just kind of spoiling it, I'm going to go ahead and throw it on the screen. So these are your co-MVPs. One of these players, Naysayer, suffered an injury in the regular season, was out for a few weeks, and Elysium Calypso looked terrible. They didn't look good. So the Delta we actually got to see with Naysayer, and they fell all the way to the 4th seed. They were undefeated. Naysayer gets an injury. They drop all the way to the 4th seed. He has since come back in the playoffs, and they've climbed their way all the way back to obviously the championship. And then on the flip side, Bot GF with RP, I think you take him off this team. He is the win con for the team. Even last week, as well as RF Mouse played, he was given kind of the priority picks. He was given the cane, all that kind of stuff, and he wasn't able to perform. And it wasn't until they switched the egg back into Bot GF with RP's basket and I know this is regular season, but I'm just giving you an applicable example of Bot GF with RP was very much the catalyst to bring this Fools 5 team to the first ever Slash All reverse sweep and make it here into the finals. So these are my two co-MVPs. Bredicus, give me some of your analysis.
I mean, you were just talking about like what happened when Fools 5 tried to play for a different player, but one of the things I really, really like him is the Draven pick. I mean, it's one of those champions that you see in your solo queue games. You really never see it in pro play because it's just so feast or famine. And so it's so impressive, and it kind of just highlights how mechanically skilled this player is. That he's able to pick Draven in a 5v5 setting and be successful on it. Um, and I just have to say it. This is our finals setup. This is the preview for what we're gonna see tonight as these two players are facing off against each other on the Rift in finals. But Naysayer continues to be kind of a legacy player here. He was just as good last season as he has been this season, but it's been on different picks. You have the Syndra up here, but I want to highlight the Victor. Just completely different play style from the Assassin, like Nefiri, that I had gotten to see him play in Season 4. Come to Season 5, he's playing on different champions and being just as successful. And so I love that. I love the versatility. That's what I look for in an amateur player in 5v5 setting. If you just play the one champion, teams will scout you out. We have your OP.GGs. It's going to get banned away from you. So when you have versatility, it's such a highlight, and there's no way to really track it statistically. That's one of my favorite things about Naysayer is his versatility on different champions. Just to kind of highlight some of my favorite things about these two players.
Yeah, absolutely. Honor to both of these guys. The runner-up to them, even it was a close lock. Obviously, Hero Joe was the third on the list. That was very close for Flame Horizon. So I don't know if they want to hear that or not. But Hero Joe very close to earning the honors. But I think that both these players very much deserve this. And like you said, it paints the stage very nicely tonight. With that, any last things you want to say? Congrats to all the teams. I will say to the players, if anyone's out there tuning, the player cards are going to be coming out hopefully tonight, as long as I have the energy to get them all done tonight. But I have about 60% of them done. Those all get posted tonight. And then I think we're going to try to do an all-pro event. The last splits one went very well. For those that are available, I know it's kind of a tricky day, but next Friday, it's going to be, I think, the 20th, so you're getting close to Christmas and people going back on college and all that kind of stuff, but we're going to do an all-pro event again, so the players from these first and second teams, as well as the player from the Zon division, will be invited to kind of like a schoolyard draft type, and if you're not on one of those teams, don't worry, not a lot of, spoiler alert, not a lot of people are always available, impromptu, so we'll go ahead and fill some of those spots as they become available. But with that, I think that concludes our honors ceremony, if you want to call it that. Gonna go ahead and
Well,
go ahead.
I want to ask you because I posted it I think yesterday or the day before about and hot takes just about the legacy players in Slash All. So for two things, I love that you had co MVP because as the tournament owner you can do whatever you want. And so you made the as executive decision to be like, nah, this is how we're doing it because the race is too close. And I love the boldness. So as the tournament owner though, who's your legacy all-time MVP for Slash All?
Okay, so I actually last split wanted to make something on this. I was dead set on who I thought it should be, and I will admit that this isn't the best player. I know the question initially was who is the best player in Slash All, but after last season's finals, I was gonna make a breakdown on this player Slash All career, and I mentioned it was a Guri to me. So
Okay.
TSI Guri. I sent that in the prediction or the hot take, whatever it was. So Aguri has not only been in Slash All since the beginning, but he was in the little kind of like hodgepodge thing we did that kind of birthed Slash All. So I've known Aguri long before Slash All. And then he comes in season one. He's the season one champion. He also, in which he took down, if you're talking about Slash All Legacy, one of the only other players who has been here since the start is Sinja. And in that season 1 finals, it was Aguri versus Singe in the mid lane, and Aguri won, including a Yumi 1v1 that they agreed to do on stream before the finals. So not only did Aguri best him in the mid lane in the finals, he bested him in a Yumi 1v1 prior to that. I know Singe is just eating this up as I'm saying this. Season 2, he was on a TSI team that started out really rocky and then ended up making it to the semifinals. Very big reason in that. And we lost in a best of 5, in which he got a pentakill in game 5, but we still ended up losing. So it was definitely not his fault that we lost. Season 3, he rode the bench on season 3. He took a break. Some work stuff came up, so it doesn't have history in that. Came back in season 4 and then won again. So this guy, to me, is the legacy player. Not the best talented player at the moment right now, because I know a lot of kind of real life stuff has popped up. He hasn't been playing League of Legends very much, but he's my legacy all-time player.
I love it, and I just think that that's a great catalyst here to finish off kind of the MVP conversation. Just as we highlight all the different players from different teams, we talk about the two strongest who we're going to see on finals, and just finish it off with a little bit of legacy. So there's some excitement for anybody who's watching at this point. You know, if you're a legacy / all fan and you're just tuning in for a grand finals, a little bit of content there and just excitement, get your blood flowing here as we're going to be moving even closer. We're about 4 minutes out from the first draft starting. So I'll throw it over to our next break. And thank you, Brendan, for doing the All-Pro announcement with me. You're going to be with us all night. He's running our production, so he deserves a little bit of kudos here before he kind of disappears into the background. But so you know who your production person is tonight. Brendan's going to be rocking it there, and we'll get the rest of the production team ready.
Absolutely. Yep. We'll catch you guys on the flip side of this break as we get into the lobby, get draft ready and everything. So stay tuned.
right, Slash All, we're right back at it. I honestly do not know how much time we have between now and the first draft getting started. So I'm joined tonight by Heat. He's gonna be the fellow caster. We're actually gonna tag team it a bit. Where I think we're both play-by-play experts, so the color cast might not be on spot tonight, but we're gonna rock with what we got. How are you feeling tonight, Heat?
I'll be honest, man. I never told a lie, and today I'm not gonna tell a lie today either. I am feeling very, very out of it. I've been working since like 5 a.m. this morning, but we are here today for a grand finals. We have so many key players tonight to watch and keep an eye on. Relics is in that bot lane of Calypso, ready to make plays happen. I'm ready to see some lane swaps happen as well, and see why these MVP categories and these All-Star 1 and 2 teams got their name on that category. So with that being said, tonight, Fools 5 fought for this position, and they definitely want to take that championship home, and it's nothing to sleep on.
Yeah, I wonder if it's not just the 5 a.m. sleep schedule, but you're still just recovering for a full 5-game banger last week. You're still catching up on sleep after that one. That was so intense.
Yeah, we didn't really know what was going to happen at that point in time. It was a reverse sweep as well, and it just kept on blowing our minds, like which direction was going to happen, who was going to catch on, who was going to learn from their mistakes and figure out how to make drafting better per game. And that's a very key point to watch tonight. Is you might have everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, is what you got to say about it, and you don't know what your draft is going to be until they just get completely ran over in one of these games. And you have to know when to flip it on their head and go for something new and really go back to basics in a lot of these fights.
I think that's a brilliant observation there, about you're saying like just changing it up a little bit during a 5-game series. And I kind of highlight it as we're talking about like what Fools 5 did in semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, Elysium Calypso, in my opinion, really took down Flame Horizon, who was like a favorite to win the whole thing through draft. It was so intense, and you saw him as we're going to be heading into draft. It's happening. Kane already off the table from RF Mouse. What is a champion you want to see come on the Rift tonight?
Something
This
different, man.
fast.
I don't want to see Ashe in the bot lane. We do see Silas Bandau and Hui as well. I want to see something different in that bot lane. Relics just likes to play a lot of Rakan. Maybe throw a Zaya out there. I just want to see 2 bot lanes going at it, not just an Ashe with a CC engage, and then you go into your lane swaps and then go from there. Milio banned out as well with that Udyr.
I think that Milio ban is actually going to be prepping it. We're going to potentially see that Ashe come through here. Notorious counter pick for it, as you can just cleanse the ultimate.
Another key like champion would maybe be like a Viego or anything engaging in the jungle would be nice to see. I know RF likes to kind of go crazy, but we've seen that RF has a better time playing with bot GF with RP and not trying to be that solo carry. A lot of these key players on Fools 5 have to work together and mesh together as a team and kind of glue together to be able to carry out some of these team fights that need to be happening and to keep their pace in the game. So if they don't have that potential in this draft right now, they're not going to be able to take away a game from Calypso. With that Nico picked out already, or the Lilia picked out. That's a huge jungler that can really stop pacing, and I mean 30 minutes in the game they're going to take over the team fights.
It's really interesting that not only is that just a pick up for Nutty Brains, that's a steal away from RF Mouse. Kind of saw him struggle in semifinals on the Kane pick, and what redeemed him was like, all right, we're just not going to play Kane anymore, and he went to that Lilia, denying it away from RF Mouse. We'll have to see if we get a kind of meme jungler come through here, as he is known to be creative. But there's a Seraphine. I think we might get there it is. There's your Ashe.
I mean, it feels like a pick Ashe win game kind of season this year. No matter what league you've been casting for or watching, Ashe has always been on the winning side of a bot lane here. But I do love the Jinx pickup, especially with the Mordekaiser. Foolish has been able to kind of carry with that top lane Mordekaiser if it goes in that top lane. Jinx just needs time to get a hold of the game and needs time to get out of that laning phase. And with a Lulu, should be able to get away with that. Just stop fighting with the Jinx. Stop putting pressure on that Jinx. Let that Jinx carry out. Get a cull. Get some farm and CS and items on top of her. Should be able to help out with that late game.
And you mentioned it there a little bit, but just to say it, we haven't touched on it yet. That is a sub coming in for Foolish 5 in the grand finals. So Foolish Professor is going to have some pressure applied on him in that top lane to step up and fill big shoes of fifth. I love to see the Mordekaiser coming in for that in game one. Pretty simple kit. So you're going to be able to focus in on the game, not very mechanically taxing. And I think that's going to give him a lot of comfort and ease his way into this series.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is one of those champions, though. If you just disregard them for like 30, 40 minutes, they have 300 CS and your whole top lane's gone, and you're wondering why the super minions attacking your Nexus at like 20, 25, 30 minutes when they take away all of that top lane there from you. It's a very good matchup for anybody in that top lane, whether it's ranged or not. So you could see like a Kennen maybe picked up here for Calypso to try to stop that Mordekaiser, because they already did ban out the Mundo, who was able to scale along with that Mordekaiser. So wondering what they really choose to put there in that top lane with SG, but the Orianna ban for them as well. Looks like Calypso's maybe going for like a pit comp, and they don't want to be caught out in any of these lanes or any of these Dragon and the Baron fights here.
Yeah, I love the Orianna ban there because it just denies any sort of Ori delivery style champion. Like you ban the Wukong and then they can still go for the Jarvan. So taking away the important piece of that combo, especially when you already have Immobile Ashe, Immobile Seraphine, you do not want to see Orianna delivery ball system coming in here. So the second phase bans, I really, really like what I see coming out from Calypso here. But there's the Ornn pickup is just, so that's actually probably a Mordekaiser jungle pick there.
Yeah, I've even seen like an Ornn, well, with the Lulu there, that's not gonna work out. But yeah, I mean, Ornn top lane is another one of those key, just kind of keeping it simple up there, not putting too much pressure on them. Just gotta hit that hammer on that ulti, and that's really your key ability. That's the main reason why they put them up there. I do love the Cho'Gath pick, but you can really take away a lot of that pressure from that Cho'Gath by ganking early and keeping that Cho'Gath away from their stacks at like level 6 through 10, and putting pressure on that champion that can't just walk away, has to hit those Qs, has to create a lot of space to get away from these fights. It's going to be really hard matchup there against that Ornn, and Mordekaiser should be able to get a huge setup there with that combo. And we have a Yasuo coming out. Wow. Okay, I'm awake.
Let's go. Game
I'm
one.
awake, dude. Let's go.
Finals. Feast or famine. I mean, the Cho'Gath is there. Come on. Feast or famine for game one, Elysium Calypso.
Okay. There's only one knockup though. I mean, I guess if there's 5 sleeping people with the Lilia ulti, it kind of helps out, but we haven't even seen the mid lane yet. They're just throwing it out there. They're trying to put Nightstar on their toes this early in the game, and they're just going to say, I'm just going to play Karma. I'm going to push W and walk away from you and not even let Yasuo play that game. So I don't know, man. This first game one is going to be a tempo setter. Whoever wins this one is going to run away with the series for a while unless they get a huge shutdown in like game 2 or game 3. But I mean, Calypso is looking like a boom or bust kind of comp here, and I'm going to put my money on them. I put 60K on Fools 5 last time, or no, I put 60K on Odyssey last time. I'm gonna put 6K on Calypso for this game one and see what happens.
You're just preparing yourself for the casino here, testing your luck in Slash All, so you figure out when you're on a streak.
Hey, when I start winning Slash All, I'll put my mortgage on a Lions game or something. We'll see what happens.
This is the year to do it.
Yep, there we go. But looking at this draft still, Fools 5 has the ability to stall out Calypso as long as possible. And that's the biggest thing for them, is they can make this game 40 minutes if they want to. It all depends on if they're going to make plays early or if they're going to sit back and let Calypso do Yasuo stuff.
Yeah, and Brendan talked about it in the NPV conversation about how Fools 5 kind of struggled when they weren't playing for other players than bot GF. And here we have a composition like this. Jinx is going to be the DPS killer carry. This is definitely an 80 carry, protect the king composition here. And so all eggs are in bot GFs, and honestly, if I were them, I'd be happy with that. So we'll have to see on the other side if Elysium Calypso can even work through that and get the pick. But I'm liking it, seeing it, all the eggs, even the Mordekaiser pick. Like, he's not really going to be a carry. You have the Mordekaiser ult to get somebody off of the Jinx. You know, if you get somebody in the back line, just take them to Brazil.
Yeah, take the Lily out of there, take that ulti away from that team fight, and you make Lulu work for that Seraphine and Cho'Gath for bot GF with RP to take the rest of the team down here. And they really covered their back end. It's just getting it in a position to even cut down some of these players. Because like I said before, you always have a plan until your Yasuo is just one-shotting a Jinx, and there's nothing else left to really stop it there. We don't really have a lot of stoppage there for that Yasuo.
You have
like
Mordekaiser.
Yeah, but then the Lilia comes, and then the Seraphine ults, and then the Cho'Gath still running it down. And I mean, one good Yasuo wall is going to block that Ornn Hammer too. So it's all reliant on communication and fingers. Whoever's got the fastest fingers is going to win this game 1 right now.
As much as I personally, in my opinion, am favoring the Fool's 5 one, he kind of got it right there. Is even if Yasuo is taken out of the fight, Elysium Calypso still have a lot of other tools to get to that Jinx. And I think for game 1 and grand finals, we have a pretty neck and neck draft here, which is very exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who's really going to stand out in this one. Again, with Fool's 5, we've seen a couple of games where RF was trying to be the main carry. We've seen a couple of games where bot GF with RP was trying to be the main carry. We've seen bot GF with RP live 5 or 6 times on 1 health and just get away with it. And that's really what their key playstyle is, be able to be right in your face and still being alive to get out of the fight when it's all said and done. But those fights that did happen at those times where they did live with that, they still lost the game. The only times they were winning with that reverse sweep or even getting that win off to get here in the grand finals is when RF, GF, and the surrounding casts, even though they're all there, they're still letting RF and GF shine. With that teamwork there, it's when they're all together and the gold is kind of even. That's when they really shine. So with that being said, Calypso, they really work off of relics, and they really work off of the jungle ability too, off of Duddy. And I mean, Chaser is gonna have the Ash R to stop whatever's gonna go on, and then SG is just gonna be able to scale. So we'll see what happens with that. But Calypso really works off of just being macro dependent and getting picks off, and they're really good at that. They really play the map, and the IQ battle really hits in the deeper part of the game here.
And you kind of talked about there a little bit. We've been talking so much about Fool's 5. We haven't highlighted a lot of the Calypso players. Duddy Brains here on the Lilia with that passive movement speed is going to be able to get control of the map very early on here and kind of set the tempo, set the pace for his team. And that's kind of what he does best as a jungler, is control the rift. He's one of the junglers who will be invading you if he sees you on the other side of the camp. Anytime you show on vision, Duddy Brains is going to be playing off of that. And I would be very happy to have him on a Lilia here. To kind of be the main catalyst in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. You're not really going to be seeing a Cho'Gath do something in there in the top lane. It's going to be Duddy Brains making some action happen in the early game.
Yeah, we'll have to see which side they want to work on, especially with the Mordekaiser being there. Mordekaiser does have kind of it's not a slow clear per se, but it's definitely not the fastest. I mean, the passive does hop off for the like Raptors and everything like that, but they're not gonna be able to outscale a Lilia in that jungle. Lilia's gonna be running through the camps and probably 5 camping before they even decide to make their presence known, and definitely hitting that level 6 by 8-9 minutes there, and just trying to run away with the game here. I wouldn't be surprised level 6 bot lane Duddy Brains just running down there constantly and trying to take this Jinx out of the game before that team fighting even happens there. It's going to be a lot of hard work keeping that Jinx alive, even with the Lulu and the Karma on top of that. Protect the Jinx comps only work if everybody's alive and on the same page.
I don't know how much longer we've got until we have to go onto the Rift, but I am curious. Did you make a bingo card for tonight?
I was thinking about one, but let me see your bingo card, and then I'll go off of that.
Well, I don't have time to go over it all, but I want to point out that I have predicted Ornn to be played in 2 or more games, and I get a point there. And then there was another one. I have I have 6 grubs, And I think this is the game that it happens here with the Lilia already. We have potential to get a 6 Grubs game.
Well, you keep your eye on that bingo card. I thought my objective was to make one for all of us, so I didn't really know what was going on there. I didn't know I had to make my own personal one. Like mine, I was thinking like Heat says stay with me now, or like says some keywords or stuff like that, or like here we go. I like to make fun of Dak Prescott. Team fights are gonna happen, and if you guys watch football, other stuff like that, or here comes that dragon, here comes that team fight. Where's the jungler at? Where's the gold at? But here we go with the Rift, guys. This is a game 1, everybody, and we are just getting started here with 2 banger of a matchup of a team right now. Teams that are Calypso and Fools 5. Fools 5 work their butts off through the whole part of playoffs just to get to this point here. And Brett, kind of break it down for us. What do we got going on?
Was that? I honestly was getting my perspective pulled up to see, looking at the Rift.
I mean, Calypso, did they get that first round bye, or have they been working their way up to this finals game as well? I know Fools 5 worked their butts off for it.
Fools 5 had the bye. I do not think Calypso did not have the bye. I'm trying to remember what was the team they beat before Flame Horizon, but that was the biggest one for me. Was Flame Horizon were the favorites almost for the entire season here. Production stepping in for me. It was Bloom Gaming. So honestly, not something to scoff at. Envy and Intelligence there in the bot lane were some prominent players, but just a full 5-man. And I think that's kind of the narrative there. For Bloom Gaming, they had 2 very strong carry players. Flame Horizon had 5 strong carries. So it took the whole 5-man squad, and it's a testament to how strong this team is as a 5-man unit to be here in the finals.
I mean, yeah, that's the main goal. No matter what league or season you go into, you always want to improve and make sure you can make that finals happen. So definitely glad to see these 2 teams here tonight. That being said, too, again, I've been pointing out Relics a couple of times here in these matchups, and as somebody to really watch, if you see Relics in one location at any time in the game, just know there's either going to be a team fight happening, or they're going to be going after an objective, or something's going to go down when Relics is in town. And also, Blue Man is able to... I haven't really seen them on like a Lulu or a caster type support, but they've been able to support GF very, very well in keeping GF alive in a lot of these team fights throughout the game, throughout the series that they've been in, and has been able to kind of keep up on the same pace that Rugs has been. Rugs also being like the support all-star, so just a couple of people to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Blue Man is one of those people that I kind of faulted very early on in the season. I'm like, I don't know how well he can play the Enchanter support. He's very good on Engage, but when you put him on Enchanter, he's going to actually kind of suffer. Proved me wrong last week with the Milio game and the bounce back against Odyssey. As we have some trading going on here, Naysayer honestly kind of get a really decent trade for being a melee into ranged matchup there in the mid lane. We'll have to see what happens as that goes on and on. Remember that he picked that Yasuo blind into this.
It's a really easy matchup for the Karma. It just depends on when as they're going to fight right here.
They're going to go all in. We have the Exhaust Blown, which is going to push Naysayer off of the play to go any farther. But I honestly think that here we're going to see an aggressive play kind of start to brew here in the mid lane. I wonder if that's where we'll see Duddy Brain sets his eye for the first gank of the game.
It's going to be hard for Yasuo and Lily to lock down that Karma. Karma is able to be the most annoying champ in the game and also kind of just be there. Doesn't really do too much. Doesn't really get ahead.
Oh, the gank's coming in. There's the knockup, though, so they might find success on it as the Swirl Seed does not land to keep the play going.
You just push W and walk away. Push Q, walk away. Auto, walk away. That's all you do all game. And it's kind of like the Teemo effect. You can really force people into angry situations and chasing you down, but have a little bit of a scuffle here in the bot lane. Both laners trading this one out, and yeah, Duddy already kind of getting active this early was not on my bingo card, but I'm waiting to see how long it's going to take for them to be on that level 6 and really take away the game, because that's what Naysayer needs to lock down somebody like a Karma. That early exhaust is going to hurt Nightstar this early in the game. And Chaser and Relics actually having trouble pushing this one back in, as they're going to be caught down at their own tower. SG does not give a crap about Foolish Prof right now. Gonna hit that Q and walk that one out again. Dragon should be up in a couple of seconds here, 20 on the clock. And again with Grubs. And that's one thing we haven't really picked up yet either, is what team is going to prioritize pushing over objectives like a Dragon and just like a Baron. If they're just going to maybe go for a lane push, a split push there. Cho'Gath's really good at that. Chase is caught. Oh, flash. And we are good to go. But that's another great thing to work on is Cho'Gath.
Oh, we have a Gangplank in, but he might be coming in too late here as SG is getting the better of Foolish Prof. It continues to go forward. We have first blood in the top lane as a solo kill as SG is just trying to get away from RF Mouse. And he might be successful here. It was Ghost. There's no way to flash on top of him. SG getting a kill under the nose of RF Mouse here in game 1.
And then look death in the eyes and say, I'm ready for you. As SG finally walks the one up. He's going to walk up again. But yeah, I mean, SG has Randy Marsh size cojones on that one. Walking right up and flashing on top of Ornn to get that kill and then get away with it is insane. You see Nacer getting a little bit of damage off to Nightstar as well. And these teams are ready to fight this one out. They don't want to play it slow. And they're really taking advantage of the early game damage that they have going on. I mean, Cho'Gath's already level 6 and should be able to outscale Ornn now out of that damage as well. And they should be able to take over the Grubs on top of that. That should be a free grub over to that Cho'Gath when they do start it. Lilia already trying to get some vision on top of that. Does not have that level 6 yet, though. So, I mean, GF with RP is already having a uphill battle to deal with based on them being the main solo carry in this game.
It's such a good map position here as Chaser finally does get that wave to push in. It does lock up bot GF. They're going to have a slow rotation over to the Dragon if they want to contest it. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a handshake Grubs for Drake here, which works out for me. I'm moving towards that 6 Grubs on my bingo card.
Yeah, it's a great situation for them as a team comp in general. That being said, SG should be able to take over that top lane pretty easily, take down towers pretty easily. Chaser and Lux want to get out of this lane as fast as possible in that bot lane, due to Jinx and Lulu kind of scaling a little bit harder than the Ashe and Seraphine combo. That being said, like 2 items is what I'm talking about here, not this early in the game though. Because of that cleanse, because of that Lulu R, you just can't really burst that Jinx as fast as possible like you would think past 2 items like that. So when they get out of this lane, they'll be able to hit that R, take over that mid lane tower, and kind of force FF into a
RF, we might see the first ultimate come out here. He's going to actually successfully get the pull in here as Karma's going to join in on the fight too. There's the root up, but I don't know if the Karma has the damage here to really continue helping out on that gank here.
Naysayer's still alive by a quarter health. Huge wave in that mid lane being pushed into Golden. And Golden playing that out pretty well. Velux is caught out here by a couple of traps though, but that will amount to nothing here. As both teams just kind of playing this one out. Oh, huge catch.
And this is off of SG pressuring the top lane here. They're going to get the kill here as he pops the ultimate, but that is just to try and survive as Duddy Brains is going to chase him down with the flash forward. Another kill coming in for Elysium Calypso here in the early game.
And gets the Ornn ultimate on top of that. So, I mean, SG is just sitting pretty up there in that top lane. Nothing really to stop that Cho'Gath, I mean, full stack monster from happening.
Flash ultimate goes wide.
I was waiting for that. That kind of took my breath away a little bit. I thought it was going to happen in slow motion where Jinx would be caught right there, but nothing comes of that either. But yeah, Calypso is looking like the better team so far. This 8-minute mark has 2k gold over the side of Fools 5 on the red team here. And we have a top lane matchup that's just kind of one favored so far, just based off of CS and that 1 kill for the Cho'Gath, who does have a tier though to stack up, and does need to grab a lot more ulti stacks as well.
Yeah, we talked about the Yasuo, we talked about Ashe with the pig potential. I don't think it was ever in the conversation that we're going to have a split pushing Cho'Gath potentially be set up here as a threat here in the game. But with 3 grubs under their belt already, a huge lead, not just with the kill, but in the CS department here for SG. This Cho'Gath will be a monster in the side lane.
And there's nobody on that team that can really deal with it. Jinx is going to be building mostly critical chance, mostly an IE, mostly double zeal. If they want to be that solo carry, they can build whatever they want if they want to just be a normal Jinx. But to be a 1 versus 9 Jinx with a Lulu, you have to go IE. You have to go rapid fire Runams and maybe a Phantom Dancer. One out of those 3, and then throw a Bloodthirst on top of that as well. You have to build a lot of damage just to really get away with it, and that's not going to help out against a Cho'Gath who, I mean, you have to have that Bork and a lot of other items to take that one down, a healthy champion like that. And this is one thing that I haven't seen teams do all season, is we have a lane swap going on at 10 minutes. That should have happened maybe a minute or 2 earlier than this, but Ornn is not going to be your carry anyways, and Cho'Gath is looking like a problem. Shut that problem down early before you're just 15 minutes in, there's a tower gone. They're already taking away and putting a bandit on that. Great job by Fools5 to recognize that.
I just don't know how successful that lane swap is going to be. All it really did was cost SG his teleport just to reset it, and now we have the exact same lane state. It's just flopped over. It is going to prevent the 6 grubs though.
Yeah, they'll grab the grubs on top of that. I was wondering if SG would stay up there, but yeah, SG will TP in that bot lane and go right back to business against that Ornn. Ornn doesn't have a TP against his forward team though.
Elysium wants to contest this, but this is really scary for them because Jinx will be able to get excited off of that grub as soon as it dies. There's the movement speed. They're moving forward as Foolish Professor is going to finish his teleport and join up the fight. And Duddy Brains is going to be all left, all alone. He gets the 3-man sleep, followed up by a 3-man charm. But people are already dead on the map, and the play falls short.
Dude, Duddy almost took out 3 people by themselves in that backline on a Lilia that's only level 6, level 7 with a Leandries. That is insane. I've seen Nightstar having to shield themselves twice. On top of that, SG is going to grab a couple of plates there in that bot lane. So, I mean, yeah, they got the grubs, but also comes up a little bit, I think, on top of that fight right there. It's just a little bit weird on the communication part for Calypso about fighting that because of the TP differential there. They should have known that SG was not able to start that fight, but I think if they all committed at that one section of Duddy Brain getting that 3-man ulti, they would have got a 3 kill there and kind of worked down the rest of the champions remaining for Fools5. But with that being said, we have Jinx right back in the bot lane. They're going to go right back to business in there and start farming that one out. This is a TP from the Yasuo here, the Dragon Pit, and they're going to try and fight for this dragon. And this could be another 5v5 going on again.
I love seeing the power there of the Lilia ultimate followed up by the Seraphine ultimate. Just seeing the 2 players play off each other, talking about that Calypso plays so well as a 5-man unit here. I just wonder if the teleport from Foolish Prof was not taken into consideration or calculation. But it's going to be Elysium Calypso, the first one to the Drake here. They've already started this up, so they've put Fools5 on a timer to start trying to react. RF Mouse already being poked out of this as they are really split up here. Blue Man and Bot GF split off, divided away from the rest of the team. There's the Asho to get things started off, blowing the flash to get out of there. Drake goes down for free just off of positioning from Calypso.
Yeah, you can see where communication beats dedication there. Calypso is all huddled on that Dragon Pit, and then Fools5 is going to split apart here. And then you see GF with RP gets away with these random kind of aggressions there. And you'll see it time and time again. It's going to happen more than once, but right there, if I was on Calypso, I would have flashed in that Jinx and taken them out. Just putting them on that timer to kind of slow that Jinx down no matter what. You see they're on 0-0-1 with a BF sword and almost a full item. So the more you keep that Jinx on a great screen, the easier it's going to be for you throughout the rest of the game here. Again, Chaser hasn't been able to really take advantage of the Ash R as well as Relics, but they are doing a lot of AP damage on top of that. I mean, they almost forced RF on a back, and they had to force RF to like kind of back up of that Dragon Pit just based off of the Lilia ball and the Relics kind of double Q. And great job by Foolish Prof up there in that top lane to grab that tower based off the differences they've had in that top lane matchup.
Starting to see some of these objectives come through. And a big highlight, though, for Elysium Calypso is getting that Drake is going to prevent any sort of Drake stacking.
Yeah, it's going to be a big advantage for them later on in the game. Especially, I mean, Fool's 5 is going to have to work for the rest of these dragons going on. SG now has no tower to stand behind, so they're going to be able to roam out pretty quickly if they want to, and come down to the dragon and just eat the dragon at 1,000 health with that Cho'Gath. So, I mean, Fool's 5 is going to have an uphill battle with that again. Duddy Brain's up here in the top lane, though.
Can we get a Cho'Gath stack check here from production? Just already, I saw him chomp a couple minions during the lane. 6 stacks? How much bonus health does that communicate to? 720? I mean, that's like basically a Warmogs just off his passive, right?
It gets worse from there, yep. And he's just bullying this Ornn right now. I've never seen an Ornn get bullied in my life, but when you first that Ornn, it gets pretty hard to deal with. You're gonna see Naysayer and Nightstar go at it again. Nightstar did pop that exhaust, but still poking away at Yasuo.
Health bar is getting low. Naysayer wants some more. Asho does go wide. Looks like he was counting on that to land. But while all this action is happening, Duddy Brains with his tempo is taking Rift Herald right now as they continue going in for Nightstar here. If they find this kill, they can just pop that Rift Herald here in the mid lane and blow this game wide open at 15 minutes.
And you could see Nightstar just kind of playing defenseless animal, kind of saying like, I'm Bambi over here, I'm hurt, please come get me, while the rest of the team there in the bot lane is being protected there by RF to take out that tower. Jinx is just scaling infinitely now. Gonna get the arrows going on, gonna help out against that Cho'Gath, and it's gonna be a weird kind of team fight going on from here. Both teams are kind of even in objectives. We did see that Calypso did take away the Rift Herald while that mid lane kind of tussle's going on. Chaser and Relics now in the mid lane with the other bot lane of Fool's 5. And nobody's really stood out. Nobody's really stuck their neck out for a huge play yet. It's really been very calculated aggression. Besides when we've seen bot GF with RP towards the Dragon Pit. And we're just going to see which team's going to kind of get irritated with how things are going and try to just completely aggress out the other team here.
And as far ahead as actually Naysayer popping the ultimate confidently, just going all in on Nightstar Golden. He has no exhaust to get out of this. Confidently holding down that flash. This is neck and neck right there as the ultimate pops for Nightstar Golden. Flash forward. He cannot find the final Q here. We're going to see he wants it. He wants it very much. Naysayer is going to go for the outplay. There it is. The wind wall blocks it up and he finds the solo kill.
Well, there's players in this game that have just... Oh, Jinx Rocket. Okay, I looked at the map. Never mind. It was close. It was close. Like close. 10 seconds ago, it was close. Naysayer is still alive, though. Wow.
He got the tower. Is he going to get out of here? Just trying to do Yasuo things, but the Mordekaiser just goes bonk. Still, that is a kill in tower going over. I am happy with that play as Calypso is continuing to move forward. Ultimate lands onto Blue Man, forcing the Lulu ultimate out as they drift in the Rift Herald here. That's going to be another tower. This game is starting to snowball forward for Calypso.
RF Mouse could catch the rest of the members of Calypso on a...
He popped the ghost. He wants it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say Naysayer sometimes has main character energy on that Yasuo, but I mean, that's kind of like side character getting caught out by a bigger, badder champion like Mordekaiser down in that bot lane. Here comes the dragon being started, though.
It's going to be the teleport coming in, Foolish Professor. But Drake is already at about 25% health. They are rushing this down. It is secured by RF Mouse, and they have the fight forward. Naysayer now joining up with the team. They want this fight as Elysium Chaser is about to come out of the Mordekaiser ultimate, join up with the team, and health bars are going down so fast. Chomp, chomp for SG as he finds another kill here. Naysayer with a big ultimate going forward. They are going to start picking off the Fool's 5's players here as the next one up on the menu is going to be Nightstar. 3 kills, but they do lose the Drake.
This is what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket, everybody. This is what happens when there's a Jinx in the game that does not become the Jinx that you need until another 15, maybe 20 minutes on that game. Maybe 300 CS. It could be 5 items before that Jinx is able to even one-shot anybody on this team and get excited and kind of run through even a Cho'Gath. I do love that the Yasuo Cho'Gath combo is just putting SG in their faces until they hit a Q, and then Naysayer goes in. That was a great combo right there from them. Look at the macro here from Calypso, though. They're going to be working out that team fight, and they just never stop working because now they're up here in the top lane to grab that last remaining tower. SG has no fear in the world right now in this Cho'Gath, 2-0-3, and almost 3 items on top of that. And we're looking at a team that has one goal in mind that's taking down that Nexus one step at a time. As the rest of the team is kind of moving up here towards this Baron. That's the last objective on the map right now to take over as we hit that 20-minute mark.
I love that you highlighted the Jinx there, just kind of still not able to get up on the feet here. Interesting rotation there. They had 3 people up on the top side. I thought we were going to see more of a play break out there, but this Cho'Gath just isn't the person you want to pick a fight with.
I wouldn't want to pick a fight with anybody on that top end at all. Even with Foolish, even though they're 0-2, they're still in that Ornn. And without Naysayer using that wind wall to their advantage to stop that Ornn hammer in the dragon fight for Calypso, that fight would have looked a lot different because 4 or 5 members would have been knocked at one time there. And then you would have seen maybe Jinx get through a couple of those members, though. But they're going to run it back again in that mid lane and kind of group up, trying to take away their own towers.
Big ultimate here already blown by the RF. They're going to find the pick onto Duddy Brains. Oh, I missaw. That was not the Mordekaiser ultimate. Just picked off.
Huge pick up there by Fools 5, though. They're going to take him off, and then they're going to continue to collapse on this here. SG's now running for their lives. Here comes Mordekaiser.
I don't know how long this will take. It does look like BotGF has the damage right now on the Jinx, as SG is just going to fall pretty quickly. Not a lot of armor here for the Cho'Gath. That's 2 picks, and I wonder if they look for Baron. Naysayer is pressuring the mid lane here. I don't know if they have time to get to the Baron before Naysayer can take this mid tower.
But that'll be a huge play there by Fools 5 to kind of tilt the table back in their own kind of end zone there. Put the ball back in their court, because that is what you have to do here. We've seen Calypso 4 or 5 times now in this game, and that's why they have the kind of gold lead that they have by 1,000. It was a lot bigger before that fight just happened with Fools 5. It's because they keep moving. They don't feel successful off of one play. They got to make the next play happen, and that's how teams can really steamroll from game after game. And when you're in these best of 5s here, you want game 1 and game 2 and game 3 to go as fast as possible, because you have to go through a marathon, not a race here. You have to dig deep within yourself to make these plays happen time and time again, because there's going to be at least 3 games tonight. And with that being said, Fools 5 is looking like they don't want to go home without a fight here. Making that play happen this late in the game after you just got defeated about 2 or 3 times before that is a great way to stay in the fight here. And 22 minutes here, we're going to see a whole different kind of dynamic of a team fight, of a playstyle. And once these gray screens get a little bit longer, that's when you see teams start to take over, start to get huge gold leads, start to just diminish anything that the other team is doing. 25-30 minutes, you should be able to get a free Baron off of a team fight.
As confident as Calypso has looked so far in this, having a lot of these kind of highlight moments, you're talking about how the game's going to go on longer. Fools 5 is not that far behind in gold. It's only about a 1k difference here in 3 minutes. They have been scrappy. They are not going out with a fight. And honestly, you can look at items, or items are starting to come through here. They are happy with this kind of play towards the late game style, which is going to let Jinx get online here, as we're prepped for a fight here. Drake is on the table. RF Mouse is standing on top of a ward here, but they have the control ward. So kind of have to ask the question, how long is this Mordekaiser willing to stand in this bush here? I'm looking to him towards to be that main engage here, as Naysayer is going to be the one to start the Drake here. Seems like they want to push the tempo forward. Again, Fools 5 need to make a play. 3-person pull, as RF is going to be going in here, going to be taking down Chaser. Naysayer is trying to run back to his team. RF finally pops the ultimate, saving his own life, and gets the first kill of the fight. RF Mouse solo-handedly just took on Calypso here, and they're going to take the trophy now from Dragon.
RF saying, GF is not the carry. I'm the carry of this game. That Mordekaiser came online pretty quickly in that fight. Great job by RF to really get into a position to take down Chaser. That took down a lot of their damage. Chaser did.
Jinx excited.
Their
They
best day
want
alive.
more here. Next Star Golden's going to be the first one going forward. They're looking for the Seraphine, but can't find it as Duddy Brains finds only a one-person sleep here. SG just chomp. RF finally goes down after that solo 1v1, and now it is a 4v4 setup, and Calypso stepping up confidently here.
I think RF forgot there was a huge Cho'Gath that's been winning that top lane throughout the most part of this game. Cho'Gath is eating a Mordekaiser who took down half your team with one chomp, and now they're gonna right over to that Baron.
There's no
With no
jungler
jungler.
first might steal, and they have control of the vision here, as Naysayer is going to be the one looking for the play here. They aren't starting up Baron yet. Chaser does miss the Asho here, so you have to wonder at some point, when do you give up on the play, as they are starting to move closer and closer to the base, as RF Mouse has spawned, but there's a big ultimate coming out from Yasuo, as they are going to start finding the kills before Mordekaiser joins the fight. SG going underneath the tower to start tanking it up for his team. They get the pick, and it is still going to be their control of the map. Fools 5 is down a player still after all of that. You had to wonder at what point does the gas run out, as they move forward from the Baron pit all the way over to the mid lane tower, and Naysayer finally finds his moment. Yasuo Tornado to get the pick, and Baron is going to be on the table here. RF going to be looking for the smite steal. He might be able to find it. He's pretty close to the pit, but the damage is coming through from Chaser. This Mordekaiser will not be allowed in the pit, and first Baron of the series goes over to Calypso. Oh, but
GF's going crazy.
He's excited. They're going to deny the Baron here. Jinx is just going to find another one, a triple kill. This is going to be a quadra. Naysayer is channeling the recall. It's Baron empowered, so no Penta here, but a quadra kill from bot GF. Again, this is so scrappy. Fools 5, every time I think Calypso has an advantage, Fools 5 denies it.
I think we all just took a second to take a deep breath, and all of a sudden GF was like, but wait, there's more, and the Jinx just popped off right there with another 4 kills on top of that. We were wondering when the Jinx would take away and get online. We have a Jinx with an IE that's upgraded by Ornn. Now they're hitting like a truck, and great job by GF with RP to recognize that it's their time to shine. They took over where RF left off, and now they're able to respond with the mid lane tower. They stopped the Baron push. GF has no care in the world right now. Blue Man and GF think they can take on the world. They can 2v9 themselves into victory there. But that being said, Relic still has Yasuo still has the Baron buff for their minions, and it's still an even game. I think that's the best thing to recognize here, is that it's still back and forth, and there's still anybody's winner for this game 1. We just have to figure out who's going to be crafty enough with the later parts of this series or this game 1 to figure out when they can take their team fights in stride. I think there's going to be a lot more gray screens, like a lot longer of a time for a respawn for one of these teams to win this one out. I don't know. We do have 3 dragons there, 4 Fools 5 though. They will have a Soul Drake in that cloud version there, spawning in about a minute 18. Ashe is a lot better at taking objectives compared to the Jinx, but Jinx is going to be able to wipe the floor of that team if they have a good engage into it. We did see that RF can kind of soak up a lot of that attention, damage, and CC abilities, can sit in front of the Chaser, Ashe R. Relics has been doing a great job of lining people up though. We've seen a lot of Seraphine 4 or 5 man ultis. SG has been picking up who is looking for killing shots or is low health and taking them out of the game. Both these teams are playing to their best ability, and it's only game 1. It's kind of crazy to watch.
We talked about how close the drafts were, that we were both pretty happy with both the teams did during the draft, and now here moving towards 30 minutes, I'm pretty happy with what both these teams have done in this game. This draft was neck and neck, and now the game feels neck and neck. Yes, Calypso has the gold lead, but the farther and farther you get into a game, the less and less gold lead means. Look at that Jinx, 3 items. The Ornn IE came in Bot GF can do what he wants to do on Jinx, but very interesting is they have given over mid control here in favor of the dragon pick. They do have the 3 dragons stacking here, so they want control of the river, but now they have given up the mid lane, as this is a very unique setup here for a dragon kind of split horizontally, as Foolish Professor is going to be caught off here. Naysayer can just cut down a tank's health bar. Drake finally spawns up and they're going to be starting it up. Bot GF has the damage to rush this. They need to find RF here to take out the jungler. His health bar already down to 50% of it, as there comes the ultimate. Blocked by the wind wall here. Naysayer continues to keep his team alive, but he's going to fall the backline to Bot GF. GF is still alive here, as G also not going to be able to close the distance here. It's looking so close, but Chaser consistently putting in the damage. The arrows come flying out, and now we just have some squishy health bars. The smite does come through, and there's the knockup. SG finds his way. Cho'Gath on top of this Jinx is going to be the nail in the coffin for this team fight. It is a win in all aspects for Calypso here. They get the kills, they get the dragon.
GF with RP tried so hard within that fight to stay alive. Great job by Nightstar and Blue Man to just go shield after shield. But nothing beats shielding like a 10,000 health Cho'Gath running right at you. SG just ran at them like a Michael Myers impersonator. Just freaking kept walking over and over again, pushing Q after Q, and finally locked them up there. Great job by Calypso to finally get away with the game. They stopped the dragon. They stopped the soul point from them. The problem is, where do we go from here? I mean, 3K gold is going to be the goal lead for this blue team, but the fights still look even, because I just think, with that being said, RF is just going to be looking for SG and trying to take the SG on top of that, because the one time they try to go for Duddy Brains and take Duddy Brains out, but the Zhonya's just didn't work out for them in that situation. They should be able to melt down Cho'Gath a little bit easier, though, if they put a couple more health items on top of that, with the Visage almost being completed for that Mordekaiser. And
SG gonna find a solo kill here? There's the knockup, so there's no way I think that Foolish Professor runs this one out. He's going to have to take the fight. I mean, there's nobody to help him, but still, Duddy Brain's going to be the next one caught out. Sleep comes through. There's no follow-up for it, though. Naysayer is going to join up and link arms with SG in the bot lane. Foolish Professor will be picked off, and there's no answer on the other side of the map. That's going to be pressure applied in the bot lane. You can see the recall coming out from RF. They're going to lose control of the Baron River up here as it spawns. The only kind of river of hope is that they managed to get that Scuttle Crab in the river, so there was some vision if they try to sneak it. Still, I think we're slowly seeing the game slip away farther and farther from Fools 5. We're going to need something maybe dramatic to happen here.
Yeah, we're going to need another GF with RP 5-man kill. There's no way they're going to win without that happening. There's no way that Fools 5 is going to have any chance of winning this game 1. At this point in time, I mean, 32 minutes in, a lot of these champions are finishing off their last little items here. Jinx is still waiting on that 5th item as well. But the Cho'Gath's way too healthy. There's not a lot of MR on the side of Fools 5. We do see the 1 Spirit Visage and the 1 Jack Show. But the rest of the carries, like Jinx, Karma, and Lulu, do not have any base MR or items to even keep up with that. Lilia is going off on these fights just with Qs and Es and Rs, and really taking away a lot of the damage continuation that is able to be helped out. So a lot of these team fights are just based off of who can kill the other person faster, and GF RP hasn't been able to really keep up with that because of CC potential as well. You're going to see that the Fools 5 team will take over that Baron Pit again, though, and the rest of Calypso will be trying to retake that vision.
They're starting it up, but notice that SG has the teleport here to join up with the team. We're going to have a huge team fight start brewing up here as Baron down to 50% health. Duddy Brains is close to the pit, could move in for the fight for the steal if he needed to, but everybody wants this fight. There is the Ornn ultimate for Foolish Professor. It's not going to get blocked by the wind wall, but still they have a big engage, and actually Duddy Brains did not find the sleep onto GF there, and so the damage is going to start coming through. Jinx is excited, but they have cut through the front line here. It is SG on top of bot GF, but a huge polymorph comes in from Blue Man. GF is still alive, fully healthy. It is a white 4, Fools 5.
They took the words out of my mouth and they did it. Fools 5 did it. They stuck with the plan. They kept their nose to the grindstone, and they're going to grab that Baron. They're going to be up 2 kills on top of that fight, and the dragon spawns in 30 seconds here. They can double up on these objectives and hopefully be in a winning position to finally take away this game 1. It's 35 minutes in, and we've been in such a back and forth battle that you can't even put a stamp on it yet. For Fools 5, the next fight could go in Calypso's way. We're just dealing with 2 teams that know their macro, they know their team fighting capabilities, and Fools 5 continues to get away with pure skill, I think, with GF with RP, backed up by Karma and Lulu. The support of this mid laner and support is just able to help out where GF with RP is not able to kind of run away with the game, and that's where they're really picking up on these team fights there. Calypso has a huge...
Remember that this is Dragon Soul that is pending for Fools 5 here. Not only did they just get Baron, but we've had some high intense moments building up here. I am not disappointed with this finals at all, as Foolish Professor is going to pop the ultimate, but I don't know how much follow-up there can be for this one. So that's one ultimate already down, as RF Mouse is going to be fighting off Naysayer on the other side of it. Potential and overextend as he chooses SG. That was just an escape ticket here, and you see Naysayer covering over him. Ash Arrow lands on to Pop GF, slows down. We have the brakes halted for this team fight. It's going to be a long one. Relic's going to be the next one to throw out his ultimate. Doesn't find anybody with it. This is neck and neck. Naysayer, huge win tornado to find Bot GF, but nobody to follow it up. His is the first one to go, and down goes the jungler, or SG for Elysium Calypso. I'm out of breath after about a full minute of fighting.
I'm loving this Jinx play right now. Bot GF with RP is able to be in their face as well as not get caught at the same time because of the movement speed from Karma and Lulu. It's been insane to watch this Jinx run up into a Cho'Gath. And Cho'Gath is just like, do I put the Q behind the Jinx? Do I put it in front of the Jinx? They're going to be storming down this mid lane now while Mordekaiser takes on that Dragon solo. GF with RP has no care in the world with these 2 supports behind them as a Jinx Star goes wide. But now they're knocking on the door of Calypso and trying to put a stamp on this game, trying to end this game as fast as possible. Even though it's taken 36 minutes, they have fought every which way to get here. I mean, they've been working from behind until this moment. They finally have that gold lead, and they have a 2K on top of that. They have 4 dragons. They have the Baron. They've worked their way into this position. Calypso was working with time, and time just slipped away from them at this very moment now, because now they're dealing with a 2-headed monster. They have the Mordekaiser, who's taking away the main carry of the Cho'Gath, and now they have to deal with GF with RP. Just shooting rocket after rocket at your squishy champions and taking over tower after tower on top of that. There's not much that Calypso can do, because they even landed the Naysayer Yasuo ulti on that single target Jinx, and they still couldn't take away the Jinx from the game. So it's just a rough game for Calypso now because of the time limit here that they've been dealing with, and this full build Jinx is insane. 10-1, 364 CS. Juicy Chaser not really having a fun game on the Ashe right now. 3 items, 4-4 on the Ashe with 262, and that's just the kind of difference between a hyper carry and a situational utility. Yeah, 80 carry right there.
That's like, I think, the maybe sliver of hope here, as we potentially going to see a collapse here onto Naysayer for Elysium Calypso, as they have a lot of utility here to get creative. The Ash Arrow, you have the Seraphine ultimate to look for picks here, but they're just not even going to give you the opportunity for it. We have the Goon Squad all paired up here, everybody just surrounding that Jinx. I mean, you landed the Lilia ultimate, you landed the Ash ultimate, you landed the Tornado all onto that Jinx, and we're not able to take her down. So this is not a position you want to be in as Calypso. This 5v5 is extremely dangerous, and you lost it last time you took it here. It looks like they're just trying to clear the wave here. They finally get that last Canyon minion, and the pressure is going to be relieved here as SG gets pulled into the team. There's the Ashe ultimate going wide, so this might be on pause. This Foolish Professor wants it to go forward. Another successful wind wall coming out from Naysayer to stop the Ornn ultimate come through, as Bot GF just with that huge shield on top of him can just free fire rockets onto all the members. Calypso is going to be corralled into their base here, going to be trying to defend another inhibitor, and there's just so little hope for them here. There's nothing on the map for them to do. They just have to try to make something happen here, but they're putting the damage in too. It's going to be RF Mouse looking for the creative moment here, going in for Chaser, and the team fight finally begins here. Naysayer goes into the Mordekaiser ultimate, will probably be the first person of the fight to fall as Duddy Brains goes down next. Jinx is excited, and game one is going to be closing out here for Fools 5. It took them 30 minutes to get here. They finally do it with a triple kill, no, a quadra kill for Bot GF on this Jinx, who is here to make a name for himself. He is ready to be deemed the MVP. He did not want to share that spot with Naysayer, and in game one, he proved why.
There's nothing more defeating than watching a Jinx run at you full speed and nothing you can do about it but watch your Nexus explode. You're going to see Calypso have a really bad time working off of this game one. Fools 5 runs away with it at that 30-minute mark up until now. It took them 40 minutes to finally get that game one. Great job for them to stay in it. They didn't get defeated there by the countless team fights they lost up until that 30-minute mark. Again, they were underneath gold for 30 minutes straight, and they still found a way to keep themselves together and say, guys, we got a plan here. There's a Jinx down there. We put like $5 million. The return, the ROI is coming in. I promise you guys, just stay in there. Stay in there. It's like the housing crisis. Like, come on, just stay in there, guys. We got this. Don't pull out just yet. It's like a hot to a coin. You got to pull out the right time. You can't wait too long. And they just did it right there, and they got. I got myself.
I'm so unfamiliar with the territory. As a solo queue player, my Jinx doesn't pop off like this. You hold on for the insurance, it never comes through, and that's just what we see here in Amateur League of Legends. It did come through. The comms being on spot there. I was honestly impressed with Foolish Professor stepping up here, filling in the shoes for 5th, and it looked really, really rough there in the early game for SG, but was a big engaged person in the early game. Created the space, really, if you saw that. Chaser was just firing arrows into the Ornn consistently, and that's where you want the damage to be going up against them. So it's just, I don't know. Calypso had a lot of really incredible moments. I mean, Naysayer was finding the picks in the side lane, and Fools 5 just kept not allowing them to get that side lane pressure set up here. So a lot of interesting dynamics that my mind is rambling on, thinking about how is game 2 going to be different.
I think we're going to have a lot of repeats here. We're just going to see Calypso trying to figure out how to end this game before GF with RP and RF scale this one out. And if they can't figure out how to do that, you're going to have to fight fire with fire. And a lot of that problem is do you keep that Ashe? And it was game 1, right? So I'm not going to say too much about it. It could be nerves. It could be finals kind of rust. It could be you waited a week and now you have to come back and play again at your best. But Chaser did not look good on that Ashe. And that's, again, just game 1. Just keep it real with you guys. The arrows were not there. A lot of the reason why you pick this Ashe is to hit that arrow. That's like 90% of it. The rest of that is maybe Ashe gets fed and they're a carry. But a lot of the time it's just you build Boric and you push R and you kind of let your team take over. You let SG push Q after Q after Q and take down the rest of that team there. And that's just not what happened here. But the problem is if you leave that Ashe up, is Bot GF with RP going to take right over with it. And maybe you just kind of knock that rust off and run it back. But I mean, I'm just looking at the maps right here, the kind of stats though. You see Draven for Bot GF and you see Jinx for Chaser. Maybe just flip that up and do a coin flip in that bot lane and see what happens.
Well, I think you came up with a better answer than I could have without burning down the kitchen and changing too much. It's just an awful situation. Like, keep what you had going. You had Duddy Brains on a champion to set the tempo for the early game. You have SG controlling the top side. Just change up the Ashe pick. Go for a champion that can match the Jinx output. That Ashe is never going to out DPS a Jinx when you get to the 3 or 4 item point. Just change up that one pick. In that last team fight, the Ashe ultimate, you just see it go wide on the top of your screen, off the rift, off the map. Maybe we got a Kog'Maw on there. Maybe give us some Aphelios gameplay, somebody who can match the Jinx output, because a lot of times that they were engaging, it was off of somebody else. It wasn't the Ashe ultimate. Change that one pick, that might be enough to change the outcome of a game.
Yeah, both these AD carries are at the same kind of level here. GF with RP just showing that they can shine a little bit brighter there than Chaser did, and Chaser just has to kind of take a deep breath and rub that game one off and brush it off his shoulders and come right back. For the whole Calypso team, to be fair with that one, and it's just game one, so figure it out from there. I think with that one, we're good to cut to a break, right?
I'm good.
All right, we'll see you in the next game, guys. Let's go. What a banger of a game one. Both teams are at it back and forth here. I had to take a walk and wake myself up in that 5-degree weather and put a little lamp on too. So now I don't look, I have dark circles around my eyes. But now we have the same kind of bands coming out besides that Mordekaiser here. Calypso is scared of that Mordekaiser jungle.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder if it is just that ability to protect a carry with the one button of a click. Was kind of something that denied Naysayer a lot towards the end of that game to getting towards that Jinx. But I wonder if we are going to move away from the Yasuo, maybe get a bit of mage action here for him as Lilia banned away. Remember that they picked that to take that away from RF Mouse, this time opting to ban it away rather than play it.
Yeah, RF still showing they have tricks underneath their sleeve. It isn't just a Kane or Lilia 2-trick, has a Mordekaiser on top of them. They're going to 3-ban them out and take that Jinx away. Did see Chaser has a huge KDA on that Jinx as well, as they're most played in that bot lane. So it should be another tempo stopper for Fools 5. But I mean, Calypso's going to try and just do whatever they can to kind of eliminate the game one victory that they were having.
And we were talking about it before. We wanted to see more damage, something that can match the Jinx. Just play the Jinx. As there's Kog'Maw, the champion that I mentioned to match the damage output. We're already moving towards a pretty interesting game here with 2 hyper carries in the bot lane.
You know what, Brett? You asked me what I was putting my money on. What are you putting your money on, since you know everything that's going on tonight?
I guess so. I'm on it. So going to my bingo card, we're gonna see an Ornn come through, and this is where I want to see my surprise pick, an AD assassin come in, something to get to that Kog'Maw, something to get to that Jinx. Nightstar Golden can play the Diana, Naysayer's Nefiri. Just some of the example picks I think I would love to see come out here and really apply the pressure to a hyper carry.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things still on the table too. That Orianna could have like a J4 Orianna kind of comp there. The Jinx is going to need a lot of love to deal with a Kog'Maw that's hitting them from same kind of range as they're dealing with. So the Seraphine's going to help out a little bit there, but Milio is going to be able to keep Kog'Maw alive just as well as that Lulu did last game for the kind of duo that brought that game one alive there for Fools 5. So I mean, that's the biggest problem here. I think eliminating Duddy from that top lane and moving them to that bot lane would be a bigger option for Eclipse in this game too.
Yeah, I opted for the fun way to shut down a Jinx playing an AD assassin, but you went for the more optimal and realistic one. I wonder if we see an Orianna combo come in here for either one of these two teams, as it's going to be a squishy AD carry and squishy support in the bot lane. I think an Orianna ball delivery would be incredible here coming out in this draft.
Yeah, one thing we did notice that Rux was doing a great job on the Seraphine when Calypso was alive and well. You know, when they were doing great, Rux is doing great. So hopefully they can continue that success from the early game of game one into this game two. And this draft is just looking like the same kind of repeat for Fools 5, just different champions here. Gragas, another top laner, just like annoying to deal with, like Ornn, healthy all the time, does everything. Not a star player, but is always seen but never heard. They're not killing for ganks. They're not saying, hey, I need a gank up top lane. They're just like, yeah, I'm chilling. What's going on?
And that's what you honestly, this Fools 5 team needs, at least in one of the lanes, is for somebody to opt towards that utility here. So that might be the situation that Foolish Professor is going to settle into, and it's working. They won game one, so it feels, you know, we're seeing a couple of different champions. These feel very, very similar compositions. There's the Ornn ban away, unfortunately. But there's the Syndra ban away. I love the attention being given to Naysayer, as he's my catalyst player. If something's going to change, if something's going to be different, I think it's going to be Naysayer or Duddy Brains making something happen. And
both of these players have huge champ pulls as well. I mean, Naysayer game one just blind picking Yasuo into a and getting kind of stopped there by that karma, but that's just showing out how solid these players are. Nightstar Golden being able to keep up with a MVP candidate in that mid lane there on a champion that's supposed to run down mid lanes. And I love the Nautilus pickup. We've seen Nautilus jungle here from Fools 5 last week. I wonder if they're going to run it back again. we've seen RF just saying, I don't care about farming. I don't care about the scoreboard. I'm going to put a hook in your face, and hopefully GF with RP is able to just delete that person before they even get their team to back them up.
You were casting the series. I don't fully remember what happened in semifinals when RF picked up this Nautilus jungle. I don't remember what happened.
It was this exact team comp here, but there was a big L hanging over it, I do believe. If I'm remembering correctly, I can't really remember too much. I do know that RF was like 1-9 and like 25 or 26. So, I mean, they gave their life for their team, and that's what you want out of a jungler. But the problem is RF is so gifted at the position that they're able to be a second carry, like on that Mordekaiser game. When you throw them onto a Nautilus with a Gragas backup and a Malzahar and Emilio, there's no second carry there. It's really an all-in comp for Fools 5. With Jinx, they had that backup. With RF, they don't in this game here. But we do see that they do have the Maokai. And what do you think about that mid lane pick here for Naysayer?
I love it. It's a lot more utility than the Yasuo is. Still kind of short range, if I remember correctly, but has a bit more movement speed than Yasuo pick. And I just think that that might be a bit more of the utility. Yasuo, pretty straightforward. There's a lot of outplay, especially with the wind wall, but with the movement speed and the lockdown that Aurora brings to the table, I think we can see Naylor be successful in some of those high stakes plays that he was going for with the Yasuo that we're calling flat. Very specifically, I think the invis will be a big part of that. I remember the bot lane fight where you see Naysayer pop around the wall on bot lane to get out of vision of Nightstar Gold and that high stakes 1v1. You can see that he understands movement really, really well, and he'll utilize the invisibility of Aurora.
Okay, shout out to production here. Brendan is a do-it-all, can do play-by-play, can do production, can run a whole league with the help of Verticus as well, and also help me out on this one. I was wrong about the RF Nautilus game there. They were 5-5-19, and this was the turnaround point for Fools 5 in their last series last week, where they were struggling to find their footing and to figure out as a team, how do we move into a victory there? And what they did was through RF on that Nautilus, through GF with RP on the Kog'Maw, Nightstar on the Diana, and Fifth on the Poppy with that Blue Man Milio here. So it's a little bit different than what they used to kind of win their series last week, but it's the same kind of perspective that you're looking for. You're looking for a lockdown mid laner, a do-it-all top laner. Shout out to Poppy there for Brendan. I know he's kind of feeling himself with me saying that one out there. But with that all being said, this is a make or break comp for Fools 5, and this is what they feel comfortable on, and that's what Calypso needs to recognize, that Calypso is not going to have a lot of time to deal with these champions that are just not going to be forgiving here in the later parts of this game. Again, you have to beat Fools 5 early because bot GF with RP has main character energy. They always get away with what they shouldn't get away with. We've seen Jinx in their face countless time again with a silence, with a Lilia slow on them, with a Relics R on them, with SG knockup on the Cho'Gath. I mean, there was everything they needed to set up a Jinx kill, and it never happened because bot GF with RP is so comfortable in critical situations there. If you get a knockup or anything to stop or slow this Kog'Maw down and Milio blows their cooldowns again, throw the next thing at them and take them down at that moment. If you don't take them down then, you just lose. So you might as well do or die with any situation that you have going on right now, or camp that bot lane. There's no either way to do it. You just got to do it. You can't. You just have to make it happen there. So for Calypso, it's game 2, and if you don't tie it now, you're going to be feeling like you're working from behind no matter what happens here. Even if you reverse sweep, you're going to be feeling that anxiety that just kills series time and time again. You don't want to be that situation.
Oh, amen. I think you're absolutely right there for Calypso really to kind of stay in this one. I think this is a really high stakes game here. You don't want to be feeling that anxiety in game 3 and game 4 that like, oh, we got to do it now. Like, kind of focus up and understand this game is just as important as the rest of them. And I have to say, though, compared to how neck and neck it was in game 1, draft number 2, I give over to Calypso. I think there's so many more ways to win this game. And you got the Maokai in the top lane, who's notorious for having so much lockdown and CC. Naysayer going to be able to dive in with the Xin Zhao ultimate to really protect himself, push Gragas or Nautilus off of him as he needs to. Aurora is going to be able to easily pop the Malzahar shield with the kind of like really low cooldown Q that has a decent amount of range to it. I see a lot of ways to pop the Malzahar shield easily. I think this will be a difficult game for Fools 5 to navigate, because if they find the Kog'Maw and they kill the Kog'Maw, your team fight falls very flat from that point on forward.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna give my money over to Calypso just because I need a ride or die with Relics. That's my misery fam right there. He has been showing out on every team he's been on in that support role. Former champion as well of ALL, and they're trying to run it back here with this Calypso crew, and I think they can get it done. But if they lose this one, I mean, I'm putting all the money in the world on Fools 5 to just kind of take it over with, because they run with momentum. They know they're used to hard situations, and they'll be able to kind of figure it out from there. So Calypso, it's now or never. It's do or die. And with that, I think we'll go to a break and come back with the game 2.
All right, here we are going into game 2, and it sounds like the consensus between me and Heat is this is make or break for Calypso. Yes, it's game 2, but we just want to slow down the momentum that Fools 5 and Bot GF has going in their favor as we're going out onto the Rift. Can I tell you something fun on my bingo card that I don't know if we see happen at this point?
Yeah, tell me everything on that bingo card, honestly. I'm so curious.
Well, I got a level 1 invade. I think we're gonna see that happen at some point. I need there it is, Star Guardian skin. That's one of mine. I'm gonna take my brownie points on that one. Chaser showing up. That is Star Guardian Jinx, isn't it? Or not, or is that Cat Jinx? But well, there's the invade. I get points on something. Just gonna get the award.
That is the latest invade I've ever seen in my life, Brett. You're gonna take a
Take my point away.
point on that one.
Production confirmed that's Battle Cat Jinx, so I'm just trying to cheat my way through bingo at this point.
Any soccer balls on there? I'd see the soccer Maokai.
I have Maokai being played in 2 or more roles, so that we're moving in that direction. Get Maokai jungle or Maokai support coming in. I'm happy with that one.
With that being said, though, this is a really key point for Calypso because there's nothing like a team that can get beat time after time and come back and beat you and take that game back from you. Because we've seen Calypso be on top with that early game macro, had the roams, had the objectives, had everything going for them. As this early game fight goes on, BotGF with RP actually going to take the bigger brunt of that engage there. Anyways, yeah, Pulse 5 was able to come back from such a deficit and just kind of stay in these fights. BotGF with RP shining like a diamond there. In a lot of these team fights that were going on, a lot of the key Baron fights, a lot of the key Dragon fights were able to stay alive and carry on that Jinx. So we'll see if they can repeat that success with a Kog'Maw. Jinx, I do favor a little bit in that early to late game, or sorry, mid to late game. But once Kog'Maw hits like 3-4 items with that range and the tankier set champions of Pulse 5, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for Jinx to even touch that Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw should be free firing at any point in this game, especially with the Malzahar, Nautilus, and Gragas supporting cast there. Brett, what's your kind of key takeaway there?
My biggest concern is that Kog'Maw, and including Malzahar's ultimate in there too, works off of the max HP. But outside of SG, as we actually are going to see a very early gank come out here from RF Mouse, the bot lane still has summoners. The first one going to be blown is going to be the heal, followed up by the flash, but there is a slow there, and Relics has no more summoners, is going to get out free, but that's 3 summoners for 1 in the bot lane.
And this is the biggest issue that we have for Calypso is, can they keep up with the Nautilus that's going to be ganking time after time? Xin is going to need a little bit more CS and gold to get their items going on, but Nautilus is just a CC bot from level 1 to level 18. Probably won't even hit level 18 within that 40 minutes. They're just going to be in your face no matter what, running you down, keeping you on your toes there. Relic's blowing flash and heal, but staying alive though. Also, Chaser having to flash away from that last minute hook, and it's only 4 minutes in. You can bet, and you better believe that Nautilus will be right back down there after that top lane kind of you see a little bit invade there from Xin. So I mean, Nautilus will have nothing to do after Xin takes that top lane camps, and they're just gonna go right back to that bot lane. Hopefully Duddy realizes that Nautilus has nothing else to do but gank that bot lane, so should be able to see a little bit of retaliation there from the Xin. You can see SG having a back and use their TP already here, and is losing a little bit of CS there in that top lane matchup. But Nightstar is not looking like as comfortable as they were last game on that Karma against an Aurora. And is there? I haven't seen many Aurora games. Is there anything that we should know about this matchup, Brett?
For the matchup specifically, again, Aurora is just gonna have such an easy time popping the Malzahar shield. Normally, you think about Malzahar being a safe laner because he's able to have the spell block built into the kit, but you just see the pressure that Naysayer is able to put onto that specific champion with the low cooldown. The spell block kind of feels like irrelevant, but for Aurora, the ultimate was just changed. It no longer locks champions into it. It just punishes you with a slow when you leave it. As we have another gank coming in. There's the hook. There's no flash, but underneath the tower should be able to get out of this one as BotGF on Kog'Maw is going to decide to dive. First blood by BotGF. That is a point. First blood for Brett, but they're going to go for a Chaser with the upset.
These 80 carries do not care. Give me blood or give me death right now. Give me gold or give me nothing, because they will both flash in your face. Chaser getting the better end of that engage right there. Great job by Duddy to be in the right place at the right time. Great job by Nautilus to make that play happen. But I mean, BotGF with RP is not going to live after that one. But they usually live on those kind of engages, and we'll see if this continues out the same way. Definitely didn't on the game 1 for the Jinx, but SG is now finding their way into a first kill with Foolish.
Got a kill in the game 1 on the tank resisting matchup. Is going to find a kill on the tank versus tank matchup in game 2. Well, he might be escaping this one too. Is not able to sidestep the hook, but still Nautilus. It is an AP Nautilus, so there's some decent damage coming in here as Blue Man actually all the way from bot lane moved up for the grubs here. Gonna hook up. They still cannot find SG here. That's
Great
just a repeat
choice.
of game one. You know, finding the kill, slipping away from the jungler. SG is having a phenomenal game here in a good series as they decide to start up Drake.
Yeah, and this is kind of a different tempo from Calypso, though. Blue Man being the first one out of that bot lane. Relics here for the Dragon pickup, though. We'll see that Nautilus decides to go for the grub. So even though they didn't get the kill in the top lane, still has an objective to take over with that little bit of an AP. Going for the Darksteel as well. So I mean, they're feeling a little bit antsy to get aggressive, and you're gonna see this Nautilus again being just a great situation time after time, always on the map, always in a situation to fight. And Lux gonna land a little bit of stun there in the bot lane. These bot lanes have been keeping up together, but Jinx, Chaserless Jinx has been taking over on the CS lead. 2 kills now, 63 to 50 CS. That flash from bot GF with RP came back to bite them in a crazy turn of events there, because Jinx is now running away with the game. If they can keep this CS lead up, it's going to be very, very impactful in the later parts of the game. I'm just waiting for Duddy Brains to kind of hit level 6, run that bot lane, maybe sit in a bush, get a cheesy little gank off, and keep burning Jinx to the moon, and make sure they can have some security in the later parts of this game against the Kog'Maw.
And sometimes that's an issue you run into in a long series, is we're just to have another very long extended trade here might turn into a kill here, as you see the damage coming in on the Maokai Q. Just the base damage of it really, really hurts in the early game, as he's going to move forward, and ultimate, he's looking for another solo kill in the top lane here on Maokai. This is not the champion you see, as Saproleads are going to be little buddy helping him out. Foolish looking for the outplay, takes one more auto attack. SG comes out on top though.
That is insane. I thought Gragas got that return. I thought Gragas outplayed that for a second. That was insane to watch. Great job by SG. SG feels really comfortable on any champion they kind of put them on against Foolish. Foolish being the kind of sub-in right now for Fools 5 as well. So not sure what's going on right there, but if I'm Foolish right now, I'm just trying to farm out in the top lane, trying not to be an issue for the rest of my teammates.
Oh, Naysayer also going to potentially go in here for a kill, trading ultimate for ultimate so far, but gets the better half of the trade here when you look at the health bars. Might result here in just some tower plating, maybe continue pushing the CS lead, equal out to Nightstar Gold. And Malzahar is one of those champions that you just kind of play for the CS lead with the visions, the E damage. You can just clear waves and push in your opponent so easily. Such an easy champion to get CS leads on.
Yeah, you know, if I had to relate to a player right now, it would definitely be Nightstar. It's gonna sit back, relax, play a couple of casters, and then sit back, enjoy my day, wait for my team to make a play happen, maybe flashing a couple of times, but really you're just coasting out. And hopefully Foolish can make that part of their game plan too, because SG has been working their way up from a huge top lane lead. Was a great impact for Calypso on the Cho'Gath game, and will definitely make a lot of great plays happen here. This Maokai, especially with that the Thorn, the ulti there for Maokai coming out, can lock down 5 people. And it's going to help out a lot here in these upcoming Rift plays and the Dragon potential there that Calypso has going on for them as they got that first Dragon. You're going to see RF Mouse looking to get a little bit of CS in their way. Does have 19 stacks left on their jungle upgraded Smite. 15 for the Xin Zhao. 70 to probably about 63, 62 CS after the Wolves. Or it's going to be a blue buff actually for that Nautilus, but bot lane has gone quiet here at 11 minutes. We had a huge dive play potential for the side of Fools 5 that ended up in a Jinx double kill, and now it's just been quiet down there. Everybody's kind of treated like a Draven lane now.
It's just interesting to watch this top side. You said bot lane went quiet, and said the noodle fight up here in the top lane, 2 tank players just going at it. seems to be where the most blood is being spilled is actually on the top side of the map here. RF Mouse looking for a dive here. They see that the other team is doing these rift grubs, so they're looking for their opportunity though, but the hook went right into the wall, followed up by the root. But there's finally going to land it on the backside of it, but this play is going so dangerous for them. They need to be running out of here, but BotGF, he wants more. Remember that in the first time they went for this, he's the one that went underneath tower to start taking the fights, and he wants to keep pushing the pressure forward. Health bars are low, and here comes another one. Nightstar Golden now joining up with the team. They want to get BotGF ahead here.
If I know Chaser and Alex are saying bring one, bring all, and you can see in the Nature is now TPing in, they don't want this dragon to happen.
It's going to be so difficult though, because Duddy Brains is down on the other side of the map, so we have the TPs coming in for the top laners too. SG is going to be the first person to link up, pops the Maokai ultimate before he starts to lose his life, but still nobody has closed the distance onto BotGF. It's going to be the ultimate popped by Nightstar Golden as they find their first kill on to SG here, and health bars are lower for them. Buddy Brains finally going to arrive, gets onto the Kog'Maw, they get the kill. They've lost the Drake, but they are looking to clean up the fight.
Oh my god, Kog'Maw got a double kill off of the passive right there. BotGF with RP finds ways to make plays even from the dead. It is just, I mean, it's like watching Naruto, and they just keep winning fights for no reason. I'm down, but I'm not out. It's crazy. I just that just caught me off guard. Sorry to cut you off, Brett, but I mean, this is the kind of team that Fools 5 is. Even when you have me down for the count, I'm gonna come back and win a fight.
And that's kind of was the storyline in game one. It looked very decisive. You know, you get SG getting the lead in the top side of the map. The game looked promising for Calypso at the very start, but Fools 5 is just such a scrappy team here, and they're the ones who secure the Drake. A small gold lead for Elysium Calypso here in the early game. It's so neck and neck. And I think that's one thing we have to remember here. You have to reset your mental. Everything that happened in game one no longer is relevant. Every stat lead that you got, every dragon you secured does not affect this game. This game is a new one. So we'll have to see them if the players adjust to that, or if they get overly aggressive thinking that they still have the gold lead they had in game one.
And it's weird to say that because Calypso looks like the aggressor right now, and Fools 5 is the one that won that game one, but here we go, come to fight. But that will not amount to anything. Chaser need to go back to the practice tool guy. We're having a rough time on these the skill shots here. Hate to call it out, but it needs to be said. Went from an Ashe game where the Ashe arrows went wide, and Jinx is looking really good though.
RF Mouse going to be moving up to the top lane, trying to help Foolish Professor out here. There's really nothing else on the map for him to do yet. They secure this kill. It should be an easy transition over to the Rift Herald, but SG just takes forever to kill. It's going to be a very clutch Nautilus hook to pull him back into this, and they still might not find this as they're going to decide to pop another ultimate here, trying to kill off SG. He's lasting so long that Nightstar Golden decides to join up with the team, and they finally find it.
Yeah, shutting down SG is the main I can't say main, like side quest right now. Here's Study though.
Oh, deciding to take the fight. Already picked off one kill here as Naysayer is moving up through the river here. But there's the denial of the Rift Herald off the fight as Duddy Brains decides to go forward and bit off more than he can chew. Nightstar Golden going to silence him.
Fools 5 is just they're beating them down at their own game right now. Calypso has they look so defeated, and the communication just feels a little bit off right now. They're trying to make plays happen where the play is already dead. That play is gone. SG's gone. That was your main top lane carry. He was already up there winning the fight, but when he's gone, he's not there for you anymore. You can see why RF keeps playing this Nautilus time after time. Q after Q with it, a Gragas E, Gragas R. You can't go anywhere. You put that onto a Jinx or the bot lane for Relics as well as the Seraphine, and they're just going to have a repeat of that too. So, I mean, this Gragas Nautilus duo is going to be taking over a game, even when you have a Maokai that stayed alive for like 2 or 3 minutes in that fight right there. Duddy Brains trying to make a last-minute savior play. It's just not going to happen against a team like Fools 5, who's already coming off of such a great win in that game 1. We need to put more pressure in this bot lane, though. Why are we letting a Kog'Maw and Emilio take over a solo tower in that bot lane when we have Chaser who had 2 kills on the Jinx, has an item advantage, and not anymore, but I mean, with the Seraphine ulti too, and Duddy Brains get that little bit of damage needed to take over that, but Calypso's running away with a losing battle of time right now. Again, the clock is ticking, and there's a Kog'Maw who never let up from the step from game 1.
Yeah, you can see with that tower going down, they did flip the gold lead here. They were ahead there before SG grabbed the top lane tower, and now we're back to equal. But what little lead they did have is now gone when Kog'Maw grabbed that bot lane tower. So Duddy Brain's going to be picking up the Rift Herald. Could be a big catalyst to blow wide open games if you get the 2 charge off, getting a charge on 1 and 2 towers. But you have to find a pick or 2 before you get to that moment here. So Clap's going to be moving towards the mid lane here, hovering, directed camera being our best friend here, just showing us the constant finding in the top lane. Every few minutes, our eyes are just pulled away from the action to see those 2 whack each other a bit more. Rift Herald just not going to happen. There's no caption on it. They're going to get 1 tower, but not 2 on it. And
it's a little weird too, Brett, because they came in so confidently, and then Fools 5 showed up, and they kind of backed that one up and just let them have it.
And instead now, like you said, they backed off, and it's River Control going to go over to Fools 5 here as they start up the dragon. You can see Duddy Brains hovering. They pop the teleport. It looks like they're moving forward for this play, but there's it is. Top laners trading teleports again. We got 5v5 again with a big Relics Triumph going to land on 2 people as health bars are starting to go low. Jinx is excited, and it's going to be Fools 5 running for the hills here. RF Mouse lands the hook, trying to go back in. They're going to find the kill onto SG, but there's still carries alive on both sides until Nightstar Golden goes down. It's going to be a crucial smite coming out from RF Mouse to secure the dragon. They lost the team fight. They got the objective, though. BotGF might try to take one down. We're going to see if we see a Cog death highlight clip come out again here. He does manage to take somebody down with him.
And get the CS in the back end too. BotGF with RP is just the AD carry you kind of want in your team at any point there. Just always doing damage, even to the point where they just explode into near death right there. But I mean, honestly, I will take the 4 kills over the dragon in that situation. Calypso is now up 4 kills, up almost 4k gold. The problem is keeping that lead. Again, my bad, 3k gold. Keeping that lead though. How do we keep going in this upward trajectory here in this 20-minute mark of the game? No second dragons for Fools 5. So the next 3 sets will be a little bit more in their favor. That Ocean Drake, if is that the correct Drake for the stacking Drake here?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, Ocean Drake is going to help out inside of Fools 5 a little bit more than it will for Calypso, just based off the tankiness of their team and the mana pool of Malzahar too. So leading that together.
I have to just slightly disagree with you. I think I would rather have the Drake in this situation. It's the permanent buff, and it's going to move you closer to Dragon Point here. Just gives you control of the Rift. So I'd rather have the Drake rather than the 3 kills in this situation.
Right, but it's a tempo changer. You know, that's my biggest point about that is it's letting that bot lane know that that Chaser's still there. Chaser got 3 of those, Aurora got 2 of those 3 kills right there. 2 of those 4 kills. Chaser got another 2 on top of that. Got the IE base of that fight. Now Chaser, going from 1 item to 2, is able to be the Jinx that BotGF with RP was. The problem that we have with Kog'Maw, Jinx versus Kog'Maw, is Jinx hits a little bit harder than Kog'Maw does. Kog'Maw is more sustainable DPS. Chaser has that crit chance in there, is able to kind of burst a lot of these champions down. But can you get through the Gragas? Can you get through the Nautilus? Gragas has a Roa, and Nautilus has a Leandries. They're not building too much tank stats. There you do see the steel caps from the Nautilus, but I mean, Jinx is going to be hitting like a truck. And adding another Zeal item, or maybe a Bloodthirster, or another crit item on top of that, Jinx should be able to run away with this game within the next couple minutes here, especially with that Baron fight. If they can tunnel Fools 5 into this next kind of Baron fight here, or even the mid lane fight, they'll be able to win this next team fight and run away with that. But who's going to play the better macro is the bigger question. Who's going to pull more resources away from the other? Who's going to pull more attention away from the other? Is it going to be the Maokai? Is it going to be the Gragas? Is it going to be the Malzahar? Is it going to be the Aurora? Naysayer has been showing that they know how to play this champion, and TP advantage is over there for SG. So we'll see what happens within the next 5 or so minutes, but both teams kind of just taking a step back and saying we've put our aggression out there. Now it's time to play the actual game of chess that is League of Legends.
And I'm very excited for that for Calypso, because Naysayer and SG have kind of demonstrated so far that they'll control the side lanes better here in the mid game, as Duddy Brains might be caught out. Just the extended auto attack range from that Milio campfire, the Kog'Maw, is going to hurt like a truck if you don't underestimate him.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous to think about the attack range increase from Milio campfire. Like, I thought Duddy Brains was going to go down there, as we thought we were hitting a quiet period here in the game.
it's such a an easy combo. You just don't have that burst like you do with that Jinx. But yeah, bot GF with RP is already proven on that Kog'Maw.
Oh, Naysayer is going to go for the punish, though. Just look how quickly Blue Man gets blown up, and Kog'Maw is all alone. This time, his passive is not going to make a difference. Naysayer just with a huge play there, and it might be a very, very early Baron. Duddy Brains, yeah, they're going for the Baron play.
A great job of Calypso. They've seen that bot GF with RP countless time after time is out and alone by themselves. Malzahar ulti going down the mid lane. RF Mouse with the upgraded Nautilus ulti come out too.
You want to talk about standing all alone? His team gets Baron buff, but Naysayer is just going to get ulted. That's double AP if you think about it, with the Nautilus building AP too. They're going to hurt like a truck. And with Naysayer out, they're not going to get a chance to reset here. Drake spawning up. If you give this one, they're going to be on Dragon Point for the rest of the game.
Yeah, a lot of pings coming out from both sides of the map here. A lot of blue pings, a lot of red pings, but I mean, Fools 5 has the advantage of just having the vision.
Yep, and there's the Gragas TP coming out. They have numbers advantage here. Even if Naysayer does spawn up, he doesn't have teleport to join up in this fight. So RF Mouse going to throw the hook out and join up in this fight, as Foolish Professor is going off the rest of Elysium Calypso. Health bars are going down low, but nobody has died yet. And there is a big hook onto Chaser. Some follow-up damage, and they're going to be pushing Elysium Calypso out of the river. 3-person stun from Foolish Professor coming from the substitute position. Clutch moment here to secure Dragon for his team.
If you're a Calypso fan right now, you're pulling your hair out of your head, because why are we trying to go into a situation where we have no vision, we have less than the members that are alive right now on the opposite side, and we have an AD carry who has been known to pop off time and time again. Fools 5 has never missed a beat. Again, they're at a deficit and coming back into a winning position here. It's ridiculous how many times they have been saved by the amount of mistakes that Calypso has been making, as we see Fools 5 running down that mid lane.
Oh, in the Mauser ultimate, they're just going to whittle down relics. I whittled down, he just melted underneath the pressure. That did not take that long, as they're going to grab a second tower here in the main lane. I'm curious if they decide to push the tempo forward even more.
If I'm Calypso right there, I'm just asking my team, why didn't we just 1-3-1 or maybe like 4 or 5 man that mid lane? We knew they wanted that dragon. They're going to be regretting that mistake for the rest of the series right now. This could be the reason why they have to work from a game 2 loss. Now we're seeing Fools 5. They got a little breath of life in them. And the problem is, are you going to be able to suck that back out? Are you going to be able to like silence the amount of tempo that just got back from that Baron play that Calypso had? Calypso looked like they were in the driver's seat, and Fools 5 just GTA just kicked them out the car and took right over, and now they're back into their own little game. RF Mouse is now 148, 1-4, and 11 on Nautilus. Is still building AP, but does have the Abyssal Mass to kind of help out against the Aurora and the Maokai damage. Jinx is still going to be able to melt through a lot of these tanky members of Fools 5, who are kind of depending on that healthiness to deal with the crit chance.
I want somebody. Oh, nope. We're just going to have a fight start up now. Again, it is Naysayer finding bot GF here on the map on this Aurora. Just deciding to fight Kog'Maw every time he sees it on the map here. And we just see him opening up the map here as we have a fight break out in the bot lane. Again, this Malzahar will just make people melt underneath that max health ultimate as SG is just going to be picked off.
And Fools 5 again, will give you mistakes, but they'll also make plays on the other side of the map. Great pick there onto SG. I thought bot GF with RP was dead to rights there with the Zinzao, Duddy, Brains, Engage. Just gonna take a second to talk about the stats right now. 26 minutes in, 14 to 13 kills. Calypso being on top still, 500 gold lead. At this point of the game, though, you expect the team to just be either winning or losing, and both teams are pretty much even. It's kind of a repeat here from game 1.
This is a moment where math isn't math, and I don't understand how this game has felt dominant from Fools 5, and Calypso is still up there in gold. That comes maybe as a testament to just their ability to macro. If you look at the CS numbers, nobody's missed a beat. Naysayer has been picking up the side lanes. Chaser has not dropped CS at all this game. And so they are still in this, even though we've talked about Fool's Gold winning the team fights.
Yeah, it's been a very, very close game, which is what you want in your finals. We know that these two teams are the best teams of this split right now of the season because of how evenly matched they are. You can go back and watch whatever game you want to right now, but you know when a team has fought this hard to get to this position when they're so evenly matched up. And this is what you want to see in your finals games. This is what makes me so engaged in these series like this, is when I see a team fight another team that's just so evenly matched. What I'm not seeing, though, is the playmaking capabilities, the vision capabilities of these two teams to actually make these plays happen. We've seen picks from Fools 5, but we need to see a team fight happen in the manner that could happen right now in this mid lane.
I mean, you're talking about not seeing it, but right now, RF Mouse standing on that control ward, he knows that he is out of vision, just waiting so patiently. He's going to step forward now. This hook is going to land onto somebody. Relics is the target. He goes down before he even gets the chance to get his ultimate off, and Naysayer is just stopped dead in his feet by that Malzahar silence. Look how quickly Calypso is falling down. Triple kill for bot GF, and this might be a 28-minute win. They're marching it down. SG's the only one alive. This could spell doom for Elysium Calypso. Oh, and the hook comes through for RF Mouse. They're going to find SG2. Look at the mid wave. There's a wave. This could be game already.
Yeah, 29 minutes in, and they're already knocking on the door of Calypso saying, we are here, we're ready for war, as they're looking at the eclipse of game 2 in their sights right now. Rux is back from the dead.
He has his ultimate. He has the tools to stall the game out. He can't get his ultimate off again. He's already dead. That's a second ace, and that's going to be game. Game 2 secured under 30 minutes for Fools 5. What just happened?
I just want to take a minute to take a pause for Calypso. I think that's what they need right now. I think we all need a little bit of a breath of fresh air after that game right there. Sometimes in finals games and big games like this, you feel anxiety. You feel like you're at your wit's end, and sometimes you just feel like you want to give up. And I think that might be what Calypso is doing right now, because, oh my God, Full Spot just took over the game right there. They took over that game 2 so quickly. I mean, what the heck just happened? They just said, okay, guys, you're done playing. We'll just end the game then. I mean, if you don't want to play, then we'll just stop playing. Just FF right now. And that's what they did, really, in their own base. They just gave it over to Fool's 5 right there. Fool's 5 didn't even give a crap. They seen what was going on. They're like, okay, well, if you're done, then you're done. Bye. Game 2 over to Fool's 5. They didn't miss a beat. It's like the exact same replay. If you copy pasted over the game 1, it would look the exact same way that it did right now, just 20 minutes less, 10 minutes less. It's the same exact game. You're not going to be a top team if you don't learn from your mistakes. If you don't learn from your mistakes, why are you playing in the finals game right now? Flip your draft around, flip everything around. Fools 5, keep doing what you're doing until it stops doing what it's doing, because right now Calypso is defeated in their own minds right now, and I think Calypso has a communication problem they need to fix, or nip it in the butt, or just mute. Because right now, you guys are looking like you didn't want to be here. And you got here for a reason. If anything, game 3, play for fun. play fun champions, throw a Yasuo back in there, throw whatever you want back in there, throw a team on that top lane, because right now you guys don't look like you're having fun.
It's so interesting to think about just what just happened in front of us, because we can see the strength of Fools 5 as a team. We talk about Bot GF so much because he is the carry player, but like two crucial things that I noticed building up to that last moment is you talked about the macro play, like the game of chess, and you have RF Mouse standing on a control ward for about a full minute, which 60 seconds is a lot of time in League of Legends. Extremely patient. Probably got pinged for AFK by the system. Just stood on a control ward waiting for his moment, and he found it. You see him step forward, and all of the Calypso is walking towards that red way. You know that hook is landing on somebody. And the backside of the fight, you see Naysayer find his opportunity going in for the Aurora ultimate onto Bot GF, which you saw him do successively 2 times before this. As soon as he does it, you see Nightstar land the Malzahar ultimate onto Aurora, which is impressive because Aurora has invisibility. There's only about a 2-second window that he could have done that, and he did it. It is other players stepping up in the utility role. RF Mouse's Nautilus, the Malzahar from Nightstar Golden just secured that game. It wasn't Bot GF.
Brett, the biggest reason why I was like displaying or talking about the vision or like I don't see the supports kind of taking over the vision score that's supposed to be happening. There was a pink ward, or I can't remember what kind of ward it was, but it was on the red buff, and we've seen Gragas TP on that ward right there, come back in that fight, and just when we've seen Rux get caught by RF was in the bush for what, 2 minutes, the rest of the team are pushing them back to their own part of their map in that red buff, and boom, Gragas is right there, takes over the map. I mean, Foolish had such a hard time in that top lane in 2 games, and then makes his name happen in that one fight right there. That sealed the deal for Calypso. Once that happened, I mean, SG was farming on Maokai. I mean, the communication was there, like, hey, they're gonna go for Dragon, but the team was not there, a part of it. Nobody was there and ready for that fight to happen. They knew that Fools 5 was going to be there, but they were not prepared for the amount of aggression that Fools 5 would give towards that objective there, which cost them the game. And now they're in a point of no return. Like we said, it was do or die in game 2. Now it's really you're on, like you got 1 foot in the grave, 1 on the banana peel, and you're ready to go. So I mean, game 3 is going to happen. We'll cut to a break, and we'll be right back with.
I one thought
Go
that
for it, man. Go
is
ahead.
worth sharing here before we transition to game 3, because I think when we come back we'll be in draft and we're going to be thinking about game 3. But the reverse sweep, you talk about having 1 foot on a banana peel, 1 foot in the grave. This is where Fools 5 were last week and did the reverse sweep. We saw it happen just a week ago. Calypso's not out of this. Reverse sweeps can happen, and I love that there's a bit of a gauntlet being thrown down from Fools 5. Like, I'm thinking of the Puss in Boots meme where he throws the sword down. It's like, pick it up. Fools 5 is like, we did the reverse sweep. Now let's see if you can do it. And Calypso has the potential to bounce back here. It's going to be difficult, but I'm still fully engaged. I don't think they're out of it. We could see a reverse sweep come out.
While we're in that moment, though, recognize that Fools 5 is used to and comfortable with the fact that they are behind, does not get aggressive, does not get crazy, does not get out of position, caught in their base, is with the team in the situations here. Calypso just showing their true colors there with having Maokai out of the own objective area there. It was in the top lane farming a Gromp while this mid lane fight happened, and then when Rux got caught, respawns, goes right back. It was trying to be a savior there, but I mean, it's just these things don't happen to teams that want to come back from a deficit here. These teams have to recognize that, hey, I might be down in the dumps, what's going on right now, but I have to, again, like you said earlier, reset. That never happened. I'm not that player anymore. I'm not that team anymore. My communication is good. Guys, Calypso's 2-0. I'm not 0-2. I'm 2-0. You have to be kind of insane with yourself and put yourself in a situation where you look in the mirror and say, I'm that guy. It's time to grab today, buy and take it over. And you have to be able to be that confident in the situations, or just be a team, be a family, and recognize that you got here for a reason, and again, if you're not going to play to win, play to have fun, and try to have fun in this last game that you have together as a team for the season. But if I'm closer right now, I want to have that trophy in my hands. I don't want to go home with a 3-0.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll throw it to the intermission break, giving the teams and us a little bit of a break here.
First
we're right back into it, and so far the band's looking very similar. Kane in a way just being banned away here. Hoping to see some more gas left in the tank for Calypso here. I want the bounce back. I want it to happen. Heat. Are you on the same page as me, or are you like, man, I
Just
want
give
to
me
clock out
one,
early?
Brett. Just give me one. I just want one game, man. I just want, even if I was on this team right now, I'd just be like, just give me one, guys. Just I got one in me, and then maybe from that one, you build your building blocks to get into that two. Maybe from that two, you get that reverse sweep going on. But at least put Fools 5 on their toes right now. And right now we do have the lane or side switching here. We do have the same kind of bands coming out, but we don't have anything to show us yet on side Calypso of why they can be the turning point on this part of here. But Swain is a great way to get that going. Just go full aggression here in this game 3. It's do or die anyways.
Oh, I love Senna so much. And Relics is one of the few Slash L players that can pilot it. So I'm already like, I'm ready. They're still in it. They're still fighting. I see them opting for the like, let's just play champions that we like and we enjoy play style here. And I don't know. I just feel my blood pumping. I got really excited seeing that Senna pick come in.
But it's a great thing to get excited about, because if you can't beat hyper carry versus hyper carry, try something new. And right now, yeah, again, Relics is usually like a Rakan or control Seraphine player, but it's very, very skilled on Senna. Chasers is very good on the Swain as well, is able to hit those E's over and over again. You see that GF and Blue Man will go right back to a Jinx Milio game, which they're comfortable. And that's the biggest issue, is that, I mean, GF and Blue Man might just say, I'll just sit under my tower and not have to deal with this.
Yeah, it's kind of you were talking about the anxiety you feel as Nautilus is locked into. You have to wonder if the players are feeling those thoughts of like, oh, this looks really familiar. This isn't any different than to what we just lost to. So Fools 5 have to be feeling so confident for this.
Go full aggression. You're gonna have to fight fire with fire right now. You're gonna have to burn the whole house down. Burn ALL down at the finals part right now, because this is what you need to do.
There it is.
It's going to lock in the Viego for Duddy. Duddy is known for the Viego as well. Hasn't really played it much, but I did see that they were able to kind of carry with it on their last series. So should be able to make an impact with that jungle position. And you might have to just go to a situation where you're ganking over and over again, like the Nautilus is, and that Ash be banned out again on the side of Fools 5. Not want to deal with the arrow, but that'll actually switch to a Syndra and a Karma ban there for Calypso.
Oh man, they might be calling the bluff here. They hovered the Ash ban and they're like, wait, maybe that's a Senna Swain bot lane, and opted over to ban over a mid laner here. And they might be calling the bluff here. Chaser and Relics have been playing Mage Senna bot lane earlier in the regular season. So I mean, you have the same thing. Ornn can go there in the bot lane. There's something funky. This draft is starting to smell a little funky here.
Like a Gouda funky, or like a Swiss?
Oh, definitely Gouda. Gouda.
Yeah, Gouda. All right.
Yeah. There's something like when you smell Gouda cheese, it's not like completely repulsive. You're just like, that's different. Swiss.
The
like,
thing is, though, once you put a little cracker on top of that, like a Swain and Senna bot lane, it tastes pretty good, man. You throw a little grapes in there too, like a Viego Ornn, and you have a little combination going on. It's like Ratatouille all over again. You're gonna see Fools 5 just bring it right back. If it don't work, don't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Is that the saying? I can't really.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There you go.
But might be a little bit broken. I think what we're moving the direction of, and I'm calling it right now, is that Ornn is going to the bot lane, and we're going to get SG on the counter pick here in the top side. He's been the one winning the early game. Like maybe a Camille coming through here. That's my prediction pick here.
That's a sleeper pick, dude. If they need to throw SG on a carry, because SG has been running away with that top lane right now. They just haven't been able to capitalize on it, because once SG gets a lead, boom, RF, who's already made a lead in that bot lane, just goes up there and starts camping that top lane there. No Fury. That's a mid lane pick, right?
That's a mid lane pick.
You were talking about this earlier. What was Nefiri in your mind for?
For Naysayer, he plays it pretty dominantly. One of his favorite picks to go over to. Definitely when he's in that, I want to just have fun and relax and play a video game. And is in a very, very good matchup here against AP Mage for it. Other than that, I mean, there's a little bit of caster bias there where it's a flashy champion that's just fun to cast that champion. Like, I don't know if it's actually good. It's just fun to watch.
I get that too. And there's a reason why players in any sport, again, taking back to football, I'm a football guy. Travis Hunter is a Heisman contender right now, and he plays defense and offense. And Naysayer is kind of the same thing going on right now. Can play control mages, can play Aurora, and now he's going to play a Neferi in the next game here. There's a reason why these players get so much love and highlights on top of that because of the champ pool being so broad. And I mean, even Swain could jump out in that mid lane right there too. We don't know what's going to go on with Calypso, but I mean, judging based off the characters right now that we have shown on the screen, I mean, you got SG on the top lane. Ornn can be a sleeper pick of a carry as well because of that true damage and the knockup against a champion like Gragas, who's gonna have to kind of run away. Foolish was able to play the Gragas, but wasn't able to take over the lane on that part. We're gonna have Duddy on the Viego, Naysayer on that Neferi in the bot lane of SG, or sorry, Chasing Relics on the Swain and Senna. So they really are flipping their whole draft on their heads and seeing if they can get a lead based off of this one. And Fools 5 just going back to base and saying if we can get away with it 2 times in a row, why not 3?
And that's it right there. Fools 5 just repeating the same draft. Like Orianna going to be very similar to the Malzahar. Just an AP mage, some utility. You've got the shield there, but really you have the big ultimate to hold onto and look for your key moment there. He was doing it very well on the Malzahar, finding his key moments, not missing a beat with the Malzahar ultimate. It's going to be the same with the Orianna, not missing a beat, finding the moment to pop the ultimate there. And that's really the gameplay, the game style. You're just keeping your eyes out for when you have the window to press R. And RF Mouse on the Nautilus, going to be playing the same style. Bot GF playing the same style. The pressure is on Calypso to make something happen, make something different happen.
That's it. I mean, this whole 5-minute conversation just be based off of Calypso. You got to answer it back, and if you don't do that, then it's all over. And he got here for no reason, and you're gonna have to go home and take your suck with pride because you sucked it up today, and nobody wants to go home with that with a 3-0. I mean, give us one. Give me one good reason to stay here and keep casting this one out, and that we need to see an answer back here. We know that you can play macro. We know that you can swarm around your key players. We just really need to see Duddy kind of pick up the slack on this one, and not that he's been playing bad. It's just been a little bit of a issue with keeping the tempo up. So that being said, I'm gonna give my money over to Calypso for one last time. I know I said last time that Fools 5 is gonna win this one out if they won again, but I'm a terrible bettor, man. I lose my money, and my DraftKings can definitely talk for itself. But again, I'm gonna put my money on Calypso because I like to bet on the Cinderella story a lot. So we'll see what happens in game 3.
For sure. I'm right there along with you. I want to see a Calypso win. I want to go for a bit longer here because this has been back and forth games and some of the most fun I've had casting here in Slash all for these games. We got Neferi on the Rift. We're going to have some high-packed, high-action games, and we'll see you on the other side of the intermission. onto the Rift we go for game 3 here in our grand finals of the Piltover division. The players are running out onto the Rift. I'm still excited. This still has the potential to flip-flop here. And how are you feeling currently, Heat?
I'm feeling like Calypso feels right now. I feel like my flip flop broke, and I'm just like shuffling with 2 feet, trying to figure out how to get back to my hotel in Hawaii because I don't know how I got here. We're down 2 games, guys. If I'm closer right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to get as many picks as possible, how to get Naysayer like 20-0, how to get Chaser into a winning position of just stopping Jinx from getting away with a game after game. And Bot GF with RP hasn't missed a beat throughout these 40-minute game into a 30-minute game into be in this position where they can just kind of play the game out. There's no pressure in Fools 5 at all until they drop 2 games. So with that being said, if I'm Fools 5, I'm trying to stop the Foolish versus SG kind of lopsided top lane play, and I'm trying to stop Bot GF with RP getting 3 items by 30 minutes. What about you, Brett? How are you feeling?
I'm still fully engaged and incredibly excited. I mean, already seeing the invade come out from Duddy Brains, just trying to make something different happen here. Naysayer's got the ignite here, so it's going to be a very, very aggressive playstyle from this mid jungle duo. On the bot side, we got Relics on the Senna, going to be scaling up. Just overall, across the map, things look different. So now we just have to find out, is it a good different, or is this just them flopping over? As our mouse might be looking for the first gank of the game. Nefiri is still level 1 here, just forced to blow that flash, and that will slow down the tempo here. Gonna get some health trade here. Nightstar Golden is gonna be sitting comfy here in the mid lane against this assassin.
And took the Wolves, and it's going to be...
Oh, he might get the solo kill on the jungler. Nightstar Golden isn't there to help out.
That's just the type of players that both of these teams have together. Bot GF with RP is just as aggressive as Naysayer is. Naysayer knowing that the game is on the line, the series is on the line in this one, so RF just feeling a little bit aggressive there, taking the Wolves away from Naysayer, and Naysayer just saying, hey, I'm not going to let you punk me like that. I'm going to get my own and get back as well. And I just want to update on the bingo card of just see Viego walk towards mid lane.
Yeah, I'm going to be more focused on Duddy Brains right now. Just hovering outside of vision. He wants to play mid lane. Bingo card, I am 2 away. So right now I need somebody to crash Rift Herald or get a Baron steal this game. And I'll have my bingo for the night.
Is there a reverse sweep on that bingo card? Is there a game 5 on there?
No, there's not. So this isn't where I thought we'd be headed. I thought we were going to be ending in game 4 here. I expect one of the teams to bounce back. Duddy Brains arriving back in the mid lane still. Nightstar Golden does have the flash, but notice Duddy Brains held the stun for so long. Still didn't time it just correctly to punish the flash. Naysayer taking a lot of minion damage here.
And that's the problem with taking Ignite as well. You're going to have to back into that huge wave being shoved in by Orianna. See Rugs and Chaser being pushed out in that bot lane too by Blue Man and GF with RP. That's a Jinx and Milio duo that can kind of take away a game at all stages. Just such a safe bot lane to play. CS is going to be 25 to 22, so Chaser's not missing a lot of CS there either, especially with the help from Alex with the support item to help out. Viego does have a little bit of a faster clear going on, 20 to 12 CS against the Nautilus. And bot lane is pretty quiet compared to normal.
Oh, he's going to get rooted up here, and the Rockets are going to come through. There's a lot of early game pressure being applied here in the lanes for Fools 5. Players keep going low and having to reset. Relics blowing the heal. Still has flash, but that's going to be pretty difficult to start trying to poke out and get these souls that you want to have. Duddy Brains looking for a gank, There's the invis, finds the stun, but does have flash still available for bot GF. Going to flash away before the root comes through here, and the play is going to start to fizzle out there.
You are correct by the aggression of Fools 5. I mean, even level 2 ganking there in the Nautilus in that mid lane, just trying to help out the aggression that is known to be had within the theory. But there's a problem with putting your confidence so high after 2 games ahead of a team, is that's when you start to drop in the macro. It's when you start to drop and kind of feeling too confident in your playmaking abilities or where you're standing as a champion or as a team. You can make mistakes happen a lot more when you feel more confident in your gameplay. Do you see Viego kind of doing a little bit of win on the Raptors there, taking that away from RF, who's going to be ganking the bot lane.
And with the overconfidence and the aggressive coming out here from the Nautilus ganks, you can look at the CS different, almost a full level up for Duddy Brains. They're going to collapse here. RF Mouse is looking very hopeless here. Flash is not available. He's going to be the first blood of the game as Calypso has a ray of hope here to bounce back.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You feel so confident on a champion that you just had success with, and you're not paying attention to the fact that you we're being invaded by a Viego. You go around in a ward, you try to clear the ward out, and you walk back towards what you thought was safety. You should know that Viego is farming the crap out of everything right now. That's the kind of champion. CSG hit that ulti, but he's trying to force Gragas out of a lane that is just the kid is too healthy for. He can heal that one up again and keep farming that one out. Foolish doing a great job of just staying alive in this one and not giving up as many kills as he did in the past 2 games. But that CS lead for the whole side of Calypso is looking really, really good. Besides the mid lane, though. Mid lane, I didn't realize it was 33 CS down there. Orianna benefiting a lot there from that early level 2 gank from Nautilus.
Look at this health trade up here in the top lane for SG, just continuing to win out on this tank versus tank gameplay. I didn't know he's going to go forward. He wants the solo kill on Ornn. This is not normal Ornn gameplay that I expect to see coming out here.
This is normal SG gameplay, though. He's been on this since Maokai. He's been on this since I can't remember what he played in game 1, but I mean the Maokai getting solo kills with Maokai is insane. Yeah, Cho'Gath, and then running people down as a full Cho'Gath too. So SG's known. Well, if he's not known, he's been proven so far. Even though he's been 2 games down, has been the winner of this top lane matchup so far. You see Grubs is up. And the Dragon. This is not normal though for both teams. Usually we have one team or the other going for an early objective here, but Rux is still in this bot lane, not roaming up for that top lane Grubs, and kind of want Senna to grab as many stacks as possible. But this Jinx is just feeling really comfortable here in the bot lane. You don't want to give up that aggression, but you see Viego roaming down here as well as RF, so we could have a huge team fight going down in the couple of seconds that are going on here. Red
I didn't think about this until RF Mouse died earlier, but Viego stealing Nautilus and then having Nautilus hook available just sounds so terrifying to see around level 6 level 7 that I really, really favor Elysium Calypso here if we have an early fight breakout here.
Yeah, I mean, any champion on top of that, even the Jinx with full items or the Milio with the ulti, or sorry, Milio with the kick, anything like that on the side of Fools 5, there's so much utility given away from Viego if they take them down, and that really come out in handy against these 5v5 team fights, which Calypso has kind of been lacking in that CC or adaptability in their team fighting potential. Fools 5 has been winning these games based off of pure skill and damage based.
Oh, we're gonna have it happen as Naysayer is currently fighting Nightstar Golem. Duddy Brain started up the Drake, but is zoned off of it. Did not lose a lot of health, so this is going to be very coin flippy. Ultimate is popped by Viego, and he does get the first reset here as Dragon is still alive. RF Mouse is pushed out of that. Bot GF is left alone. His team has died. He's just trying to get the lucky play. He did it! He stole Dragon away from Elysium Calypso.
And Fools 5 will put themselves in the situations and time again find ways to just keep making them happen in their favorite SGs and have a 1v1 here.
That's just ridiculous there, as SG is just going to try to do his own thing away from the travesty that just happened in the bot lane, losing Dragon to a Jinx.
You know, they did give up 2 kills to the Nefiri and 2 kills to Viego. We talk about giving up Dragons for kills. Maybe not in the situations in the past games, but this game feels really, really good on top of the 80 carry assassins that you've been praying for, Bredicus. And now we have your prayers answered in this game here.
And it just is going to get solo killed Nightstar Golden with the outplay against the AD Assassin. Duddy Brains really seems to be the lifeline here for Calypso. You talked about like just pick champions that you enjoy playing, like play for fun, and it seems like Duddy Brains is going to be the person who got the pick he wanted, is going to pop off on it. Naysayer is 2-1 there. Didn't have the ultimate available for that trade against Nightstar Golden, so there's a little bit of a definition for how that outcome happened and came to be.
Yeah, just I mean, elaborating on the for fun picks here. Even if it doesn't work out, you had fun, but when it does work out and you do win that game and you do bring it back, it brings your mental back in, it brings your confidence back in. And Duddy Brain's just going off on this video right now.
And there's no flash available from the earlier fight here. Pop's good Gragas ultimate put a lot of distance between him and Duddy Brains, as RF Mouse is hovering, potentially wanting to help out, but Duddy Brains has ultimate available. If Foolish Prof steps up, it could be really treacherous for him.
Yeah, Duddy has really picked up a step here in this game 3, knowing that this Nautilus is going to be non-stop aggression on any part of the map and is always in the right place at the right time. Nefiri comes into the bot lane.
There's the ultimate popped, and health bars are already down to about below 50% here. As the kick denies the engage from Nefiri, they're still going to manage to pick up another kill, and with the reset, could look for more.
Yeah, Nefiri says deny deeds as he takes
Oh,
over.
Blue Man,
that
I don't
bot
know
lane
if
fight.
I don't know if that tower is enough to protect you here.
And they'll get that plate over to Naysayer too. They believe in the Naysayer, just like Fools 5 believes in Bot GF with RP, who was 0-2 in the Jinx. They finally found a way to shut down this bot lane hyper carry that has just been carrying game after game here for Fools 5 and carrying them into the finals, really. With that being said, if you're going to fight a team like Fools 5, you fight fire with fire. You just bring the whole house down and just keep throwing bodies at this team who has been trying to find ways to stay alive, but in this one there's just so much damage coming out, and the DPS is insane right now for Naysayer. Chaser has been able to like stay alive and neutralize here in this bot lane. SG has been able to find a lead here in the top lane without giving up anything as well. Nautilus is not able to keep up with the Ornn and Viego combo that's been going on. Foolish Professor though is actually in a very good situation right now, level 10 to level 9, but has the health lead going on. And that's the biggest problem with the Gragas top lane. Wow,
What
SG
Ornn
is
gameplay.
insane, man. This, we're watching two teams that are just in a tunnel vision mode right now that has been able to just play out of their minds. That timing, it's like he read it like a book. It's insane.
And the health difference was because Foolish Professor teleported back to lane earlier, as SG did not. So overall, SG still has control of the top lane after just recalling, healing up, and coming back. I want to point out that Duddy Brains was reunited with his item all the vision game here. Two champions standing behind Nightstar Golden. RF Mouse is going to try to join this up in the 2v2 here. It is a successful two-man Oriana ultimate, and in comes the shield from Relics from downtown. It is a full team effort here to try to get the kill, and they can't do it. RF Mouse is going to force the flash away as Chaser finally arrives here. They are not giving up on this play yet. Jinx Rocket isn't going to find it. Duddy Brains is still alive.
And it's just, how does Fools 5 keep getting away with this? I don't understand how they keep staying alive in this fight after fights. A great job by Relics to use that from downtown ultra from Senna, but Fools 5 is not done with this fight yet.
Yep, because there's an objective on the table here. They want to find it, keep pushing the tempo here. This would be 2 Drakes. Oh no, it wouldn't be 2 Drakes for them. They did lose the first one, so maybe there's a little bit of vindictive nature here. They're not wanting to give up the second Drake.
And even with all the back and forth that's been going on, it's still 1-6 here. Calypso is up 5 kills, up 3k gold, almost 4k. And this little bit of a fight that should be going on. And this second dragon would be the first for Calypso. Bought GF with RP, went down with the ship, but took the dragon with it. And Fools 5 is looking for a steal, but they won't get it. Blue Man's not caught out.
He's gonna definitely fall down here. You have Naysayer with the fully completed item here on the Nefiri here. He's just gonna start pumping out a lot of damage. But also to highlight, Duddy Brains was down to about 5% health as they're gonna actually just kill. They're not gonna wait for the wave to come here. Bot GF just going to be whittled down between Jacer and Relics with the range. Just insane gameplay. They're playing on the limits. They're doing plays that I don't expect to even be able to be successful there. They didn't wait for the wave. They didn't need it.
Yeah, while that was happening, you will see mid lane go down for Calypso though. They are up 7 kills now though, and 2.6k. There is a Rift Herald up in the top lane, ready to be taken, but SG is now the point of aggression for the side of Fools 5, and Fools 5 is not looking as confident as they were 8 minutes ago. And with that being said, they're not using the macro to their advantage as they used to, but they will finally start that Rift Herald and try to get that back. Hopefully, we'll see it charge into a tower at some point to complete Bredicus's bingo card.
Oh no, crashing the Rift Herald is driving it into a wall here as we have the fight start to break out. But so far, all the damage was put onto the Ornn. That tank is still alive as Duddy Brains is going to pop the Veil ultimate. Big 3-man Ori ultimate followed up by a Jinx rocket. And this fight is just going to be completely blown open by Fools 5 with the ultimate wombo combo coming out from Nightstar Golden and Bot GF.
Time after time after time again. The Fury is going to go right back into Nightstar, though. Is not done with this fight, as they will walk away. Nightstar will walk away with that Ignite right on top of them and walk away living. We'll see a top lane tower get charged into by the Rift Herald. Won't be a crash there for Bredicus's Mio card. But with that being said, Fools 5 is now tied up the gold within one play, and it's only 17 minutes in. They are down 4 kills, but this team has not lost a beat. They're going right back to the top lane all over again. Second tower.
Oh man, I'm just having flashbacks to game 2 with how quickly Fools 5 was able to keep the tempo going forward. As the moment that they got any sort of speed, it was 0 to 90, and this game is feeling very similar. You see them win the team fight, kind of equalize the gold, and just keep going forward with the pressure, applying pressure onto a tier 2 tower already.
I'm at a loss for words because I feel like we're in like a Stephen King book and we're just repeating the same kind of game over and over and over again. We've had the same early game start here for 3 games in a row. Fools 5 has just found a way to do it a little bit faster each time. We see Fools 5 lose laning phase, come back in the mid game. We've seen it happen in like 40 minutes game 1. We've seen it happen about 23 minutes for the end of the game in game 2. We could see a repeat of that in game 3 here, but Calypso should be hitting like a mid-game power spike here because of the Nefiri, because of the Viego, because of the Swain. Senna still needs a little bit of time. Ornn kind of scales up with the rest of the team. And that being said, is Fools 5 going to go back to basics? Are they going to use their vision score to the best of their ability? Or are they going to huddle into a corner with their lead that they got and say, we lucked out this time, let's kind of put our chips back in? SG gonna go wide on the Ornn hammer.
Just completely ignoring the fact that there's a tower there, keep trying to go forward for Nightstar Golden. With the exception of FSG, I continue to just think that there's a little bit of hesitation on Calypso's side here. They're trying to play very calculated, trying to understand the macro and get plays established. Whereas on the other side, Fools 5, the moment that they get 1 kill, they just steamroll forward. There's no hesitation. They just keep going forward until, honestly, they see gray. They say, all right, we got the kill, let's go for dragon. We got the kill, let's go for tower. Oh, we could go for the next tower. We can go for the next tower. Like, there's no slowing down here. They just keep going forward until they like end up dying for it. But at that point, the tempo was pushed forward. There's no more waves to get an objective on the other side. I think Calypso is finding some teamfight wins in here, but aren't able to get the objective afterwards.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Calypso has been relying on objective team fights, and then you're seeing that Orianna, Nightstar Golden has been time after time coming up with huge plays, or just kind of being there when the team needs them the most. Especially in that last Rotero play, they made a huge 3-man ulti, which threw the whole fight for Calypso. And now you see GFRP getting a little bit more aggressive again and again. Dragon is up for the side of Calypso, who has full control. Gragas is down there in that bot lane. Nice run to be caught out though.
Look at this. Look at the positioning and the pings coming down on the mini map. The play is actually to trade Dragon, potentially for Baron for Fool's 5 here. There were the pings, but SG is right here to disrupt that. You see all of Fool's 5 trying to get to Nightstar Gold and get him out of here. We might see another secret agent play come out from SG against the 4-man. It's too many people, he can't do it. But there were a lot of blue team pings there on the Baron buff. It looked like they were wanting to trade Dragon for Baron, and SG interrupted that play.
Okay, usually when we see Calypso lose a member, they try to fight for the next objective. We're seeing them finally learn that they need to go for that mid lane tower. But the problem is, Fool's 5 doesn't give a crap about the Baron. They just want that top lane tower, and they could break the base open within a couple of seconds here. They have Jinx and Milio full on firing away at that top lane tower to crack that base open and have an open nexus here. At 21 minutes, Dirty Brains could be caught out as well.
And there's going to be players grouping up with this. Nautilus has to pop the ultimate just to get out of there. Relics is going to be here with the heals. Duddy Brains still looking very, very healthy despite being the one who got engaged on at the very start of this. Chaser goes into the Swain ultimate, and you see health bars going to go very, very low for Fool's 5. Calypso is going to continue finding some hope here in this game. Moving forward dominantly, confidently, they're going to set their eyes on Baron after winning that team fight. Nightstar Golden pops the ultimate. Relics is still alive though. That Senna is just going to keep everybody on his team looking healthy, looking full.
And look at Relics too, knowing that there's enough damage on their team to build full support and not have that Black Cleaver on top of them.
I mean, he just, every time he auto attacks here, it's going to reduce the cooldown of his Q to keep the health bars up. So this Baron play can kind of stutter out. Nightstar Golden and Foolish Professor looking for their outplay moment, but their ultimates aren't available. This is going to be a very, very difficult play. Right now, they're just stalling it out as Bot GF has spawned up, is moving up here, but Baron is already down to 2k. It's going to come down to a big steal moment here. If they can find it, they will not. Now, turn tail and run. Duddy Brains going to try to find the engage, but the backup is coming for Fool's 5. Should be able to get out of it again. Foolish Professor doesn't have the Gragas ultimate to make something happen.
We've seen Calypso throw these fights before. If they can make it out of here and get back to the base, back to safety, they can actually get a win on top of their objective and macro play here, and they will finally make sense of their mistakes as they learn from them and keep growing as a team here. We did see that they had an issue before of making objectives happen, making team fights happen, and then throwing it back to Fool's 5 and putting the ball back in their court. They grab that gold lead back again. They have full Baron pressure and full Baron control. Now they can work towards clearing out some of these towers. We're going to have to send a lot of people towards that top lane to kind of even out those waves, because there's still 2 towers alive up there. And with the open inhib, you don't want that pushing back into your base. It's a lot of minions just attacking over and over again. A lot of pressure up there. If they do need SG at any part in this game, he's not going to be able to leave the top lane without giving Fool's 5 an opportunity to grab that open inhib. With that being said, though, Calypso needs to keep doing what they're doing and keep doing it strongly, because this is the way you're going to have to beat a team like Fool's 5, who just does not give up. They're relentless in their pushing prowess, relentless in the way that they fight these team fights out, relentless in the way that they protect bot GF with RP with their lives right now. If you don't have full control of this Jinx will take you and take you apart in any part of this team fights. Dragon will be up at about 130. That is a tempo controller as well, because there is 2 dragons already in Calypso off of that steal from Jinx started off in the ocean drinks they got earlier in the game. Sorry, that's 2 dragons for Calypso. So I mean, if Fool's 5 doesn't take it away from Calypso, they are going to be sealed away from another objective problem that they were having earlier with that Baron. And I mean, right now you just have to kind of play at your own pace. Don't give in to any of the issues that you've been played with before, and keep playing your own game, because Calypso has been working their way up to this moment, this whole series right now. This is the
I have a bingo card
timer.
update for you.
Go for it.
I got Relics with a 10+ assist game. Playing the Enchanter support.
It took this long?
It's pretty easy to rack up those assists. I wasn't keeping. I didn't catch him the other game. At one point he had, I think, 8, and it was pretty close. But this Senna pick is going to get the work done here. The double enchanter items, just going to keep everybody healthy. This is why I love the Senna pick. It's just so much fun to play. But your ability to keep your team alive with the Q, you have to line it up just right, but it can land to 2 or 3 members here. So I love to see it. 10 assists, 0 deaths on the Senna pick. I think I'm going to coin it maybe as a big difference maker if they come in and win this game. Dragon is spawning up here, 5 seconds on the clock as Bart GF is going to go in, just shooting some bullets into SG, tickling the Lord, the God of the Forge here. Warren isn't even going to blink at that one. Another difference maker, if we talk about items, is Serpent Fangs, picked up by Naysayer. He didn't have it on the Yasuo gameplay, but now on the Nefiri has it. Just makes him that much more of a threat. If you look at the top of your screen, you can see him walking around. Is going to spot it out on a ward now, but with the flank, should be able to find his way onto bot GF. You can see them kind of open it up as a smite steal comes through, and he goes in. He's going for bot GF and just disappears. Naysayer found bot GF, and the play is going over to Calypso. This game, it just got wide open for the team as Naysayer finds another one. It's going to be a full ace here for the side of Calypso, and they're going to buy their ticket back into this game, back into the series.
It's about time, Calypso. You waited this long, but now you're here. Great job. Now they're going to break down that bot lane and keep pushing towards that mid lane as well with the Ornn. And great steal there by the Viego. With all pressure on the map right there, they come out when it matters most. They clutch that one up. It's where do we go from here? Can we break the space open? And I think that it's going to be enough for them to kind of stall out as much as possible. Lug's doing a great job of even having the Moonstone and the full support build is still doing their damage and still keeping the team alive. Their Qs, Lug's Qs landing on 3 or 4 people at one time has been insane for the champion that they have, the champions that they have on their team. That being said, Fool's 5, it needs to kind of wake up. It feels like they're on autopilot. It feels like they've been kind of just waiting for Calypso to make moves happen, and when it does happen, they haven't been able to respond in the way that they usually do, and that's how they've been winning their games from this point on. But I mean, the map's kind of open on both ends of the map right now. It just kind of depends on who's going to break the base open first.
That fight was so decisive, though. I don't think there was a single member of Elysium Calypso that went down. That is such a big gold swing here that the next team fight is going to be that much easier. Baron is spawning up here in 30 seconds. So team fight win, Baron in the game. The roadmap to winning game 3 is very clear for Elysium Calypso here, and they have the goal to do it. With them not getting a single kill, bot GF isn't going to have really time to go pick up a GA or something like that. Nefiri is going to be just even more of a threat. It's going to be extremely difficult to keep this Jinx alive with that team fight being so decisive for Elysium Calypso.
Yeah, there's one thing for certain though. If Calypso wins this game, Naysayer's never playing Nefiri again, because the Fool's 5 is going to ban that one out completely. Naysayer definitely turned the tables over their heads right now with that Nefiri pick. It's been so impactful in Scheme 3.
The Nefiri, the Senna, the Viego, like these 3 champions, it's the first time we're seeing them in this series, and the comfort is coming through for them.
As they're both kind of playing around this Baron pit right now, trying to get this vision line handled. Pinks around for both teams as we do see Calypso choosing to push that mid lane out. We've seen them kind of fall for Fool's 5's tricks here when they don't have full control of an objective. They kind of storm away from that or feel like they're in a safe place, and then Fool's 5 comes out of nowhere and just swarms them down. Takes some other fights here, but it won't happen in this situation. Fool's 5 is gathering together as a team, trying to get their gold lead back as they've been falling by 7k gold at 29 minutes, almost 30 minutes in the game right now. Down 11 kills. Calypso has finally been playing to their strengths in this game 3, and we're seeing Fool's 5 in a place where they're comfortable with, but they haven't been this far gone in a match yet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to bounce back from this state. Elysium Calypso opting to play this out very, very slow, trying to get vision established. They do have a minute out from dragon spawning, so there's still time to try to either make a play happen or recall by control wards for everybody. But either way, the dragon will be the next objective here, so we'll have to see how the teams start moving towards that.
It's kind of crazy to see too, because usually we see SG and Foolish have like a 3 or 4 kill deficit, but they've been pretty even in their deaths, the KDA. But the CS this time for SG is outstanding. I mean, 55 CS there for that top lane. Nautilus has actually been keeping up in pace with the Viego, but not kill wise. Mid lane has been keeping that 40 CS lead since the beginning of the game.
Look at all the wards and the river right now. They have complete control of this bottom side of the map. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds, and there's not a single Fools 5 player anywhere close to it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really feeling the pressure here on this Dragon Soul. Will be an Ocean Drake. I think if Calypso gets this game, this could be a nail in coffin for Fools 5. But I mean, Oriana's in that top lane looking for that free inhib, trying to take that down, but could we see a steal from Foolish? That'll be a soul to the Calypso.
They're just going to take the fight. First person to fight is all RF Mouse. They're going for the play. Look how far that Nefiri goes. Flash over it. He's going to find yet another kill here on Blue Man. And Bot GF is just going to be left all alone. Cannot close the distance to kill off Naysayer. And it's going to be a teleport for SG to go to the top lane and stop Nightstar Golden. This game is cracked open. This could be the end. And Elysium Calypso's back in it.
And they're knocking on the door right now. Calypso's saying, we are still alive in this one. We have not left yet. We have been making the impact time after time here in this game 3, and now we are actually making our names known right now as they finally crack the base open here in that mid lane. Fools 5 did return a little bit of a favor there in that top lane, though, as SG was not able to stop that Oriana from taking down their inhib. That should be an easy Baron for Calypso, and if I'm them, I'm going to use my gold I just got in that team fight back and just go right back to that mid lane, try and team fight this one out, because Bot GF with RP was left alone to die in that mid lane there. Blue Man kind of ran away, but still kind of burned down to death as well. But here comes that fight again.
Yeah, it's going to be Fools 5 trying to answer it back, but nobody's low from this point, and they could actually be throwing a couple lives away here. The damage going on to Foolish Professor right now, but caught up in the traps is Naysayer, as Bot GF is going to start pre-firing on them. Duddy's brains goes down real low, but Relics keeps him alive by just a sliver, and the fight continues to rage forward. Bot GF is finally going to find his first reset here on the Jinx, but Chaser has the damage, cannot find it, and it's just a complete flip here. They're going to lose their Baron buff, and again, Fools 5's pushing the tempo forward. They're looking for the end. Foolish Professor with the TP to the top, but he does not have a lot of health here. This is going to be high stakes as SG is going to arrive, so is Relics. Foolish Professor does not have what it takes to end this game. I love the attempt, but he's going to trade his life away for it.
Yeah, got a little bit too zealous right there. Foolish Professor will stay alive, though. She's down 20%.
Oh, death times are at 20 seconds, and that's going to be the full team of Fools 5 arriving in the top lane here. They want to end this game, and that's another teleport. They're fully committing this. I don't see a way that Calypso gets out of this with a very decisive bounce back all of a sudden off the Baron play. Fools 5 could be ending it right here, and right now it is just Relics left alive. Naysayer spawning up in 3 seconds. Chaser spawning up now. They only have one tower. I don't think Fools 5 can do it, but still, it's just high stakes. This is the tempo pushing that I was talking about earlier. Fools 5 looking for every opportunity to end it and just making Calypso sweat.
I'm sweating, Brett. I'm sweating over here. This is insane. I thought they were going to end the game right there and just end the whole final series on a 3-0 right there. I mean, I thought Foolish was looking a little foolish out there with that early TP, but I mean, the rest of the team following up in Strife and also taking the SG on top of that and then taking down a tower. It's not for nothing. You didn't lose all that tempo for nothing. They won that fight. Huge shutdown gold on the Jinx team. They bought a full-on Mortal Reminder on top of that to take out that Swain. Healing's been going on, and Rugs healing on top of it. I mean, the Fury, Viego as well. I mean, the whole team of Calypso has been winning it just off of tankiness, healthiness, and healing on top of the base stats on top of that. So if they can finally put some stats into anti-heal, they should be able to come out a little bit more on top than they did in that last fight. The gold lead is still way in Calypso's favor though, with 6K down to 5K now. With that Ocean Soul, and the Baron is still up for the for Relics and a couple of other people for Calypso. But I mean, right now we're still in a match where we thought Calypso had a full on lead and a full on victory ride into a game 3 victory, and now they're still playing on their toes. Fools 5 is ready to just throw anything they can at Calypso.
To make just the game even more odd is after all that where Fools 5 looked so dominant to swing the game back in their favor around their Baron buff, have a potential end on the table. Calypso still has the gold lead. Like they're still ahead in this game. That is just how far ahead they were at this point, and both teams are unwilling to back down during this game.
Dude,
That is just it. Neither team is willing to back off.
I was gonna say I want to live the rest of my life like RF plays Nautilus, because he is just the most confident person I've ever seen in my life. Just walks up to 4 people, smites the scuttle, and walks away. If I could have that kind of confidence in my life right now, I'd be such in a better place. I'd probably be a CEO of a company right now. But I mean, that being said, to be 1-5-7 and RF just knows when they can get away with stuff. A bot GF with RP. Fools 5 is that team that just knows when they can and can't get away with stuff, and that's why they've been so dominant in these later parts of the games. When gold doesn't matter, kills don't matter, objectives don't matter. It's based off of skill and based off of items and 1v1ing, and who's the better communicator of this team fight. So we'll see what happens here with this Elder Drake spawning. Bredicus, I hope you took a deep breath and it's feeling right, because it's gonna be a huge fight going on pretty soon here.
What's most interesting though is there's still another 20 seconds before Dragon arrives on the map, and Calypso took control of the mid lane. If you look, people started channeling recalls. They have to get back to their base here, and instead it's going to be Calypso pulling the trigger back here. They just now are getting vision there by the inhibitor, so they know that they backed off, and now it is all in. Whoever wins this fight wins the game, I believe. And there it is. It's going to be Elysium going to be fishing out where the other team is. Foolish Professor going to be the first person to go down very, very low, but Brains has to flash out of it as he took the blow, and in goes Naysayer. He does not find it, flash away from everybody else. And there it is. First skill comes through onto Foolish Professor. There's no more frontline. Elysium Chaser is moving forward, and the health bars are just gone. A triple kill on Ornn. If this game could get any weirder, it's SG getting a triple kill, teleporting back to the base to end it.
We've been waiting for this moment for so long, and here it is. Calypso finally answers with their own win in their own territory with their own team fight. They've lost 2 games in that exact same scenario. They've been in that exact same place, and they lost twice, but now in this 3rd time, they learn from their mistakes. They come back with more aggression, and they win it, and they bring it back, and they could be in their own stride of making their own reverse sweep. If we see a reverse sweep tonight, I might retire from casting, dude. I don't know if I can take it. My mind can't take it, because like I've been in like 4 or 5 situations of casting this year and this season alone of just reverse sweeps, because people have been so confident and they forget like, oh, this team is a top team as well. They forget that this team has also been winning games. This team never stopped winning games. This team has been here from the get-go. This team beat me in the season, and now I'm facing them here. I beat them 2-0, and now you just coast out. You can't coast out against any team here. Calypso is back on top. They pulled out what they needed from their champ pool to put them back into a confident situation, and they shut down the Nautilus that was walking up to them and smiting Scuttle Crab away. They beat a team where the Jinx was in a dragon pit and autoed a dragon, took that away from you. Like, this is a team where just no holds bar is going to just relentlessly like a zombie attack, just one after the other until they just finally beat you and take you to the ground with them. That being said, Calypso is ready for the tussle, and I think they could possibly pull another game out of this one. We'll wait to see in draft, but with that being said, if they can draft this well again, I think they can put themselves into a winning position again.
I first said it kind of like as a meme, just something that I thought of as amusing, going back to the pick it up challenge. Like, we reverse sweep, so let's see if you can do it. Like, just as a kind of a meme, honestly. And here we are in that position. Elysium and Calypso showed a lot of hope there. It looked like a completely different team. Naysayer and Relics really stepping up, being difference makers, and I think we have it. I think we go to Game 5. I don't know who wins, but I think we go to Game 5 tonight.
I would love to see it, especially from a team with Relics on it, but they're gonna have to keep doing that again. You slip up one time, Fools 5 is at your inhib. You slip up again, then they're at your
Nexus.
door, at your Nexus. And they don't care. They'll send a TP up there, and then they'll send another TP up there. They don't care about what's next. They're living in the now. If you're not in the now with this team right now, you're in the past because you lost. And that's how this team plays. If you don't want to keep up with that, then you might as well just give up that one game again and just call it a night, because Calypso either has to go or just stop here. And with that being said, if they have the mental for it, which I think they do, they should be able to keep up with them. Give us another game close, we'll see what happens.
Yep, I gotta take the break from my brain to stay in the now here as a casting. So we'll send it over to the intermission break here and get ready for Game 4. right into draft we go. Production coming in a little bit late, so just to catch up, we got Kog'Maw, Kane, and Wei off the table. Um, I love Fools 5, feeling confident. Like, yeah, we dropped a game, but let's not change anything up. Wei and the
We gotta see the
Deer.
Fury banned out, right? It's
I
gotta be
don't
gone.
know.
There's no way. There's no way to let it go again. Nightstar did such a good job of stopping Nacer from having a productive game, and then it all goes south when Nacer grabs the Fury, starts roaming around, but you just see the Swain banned out.
Yeah, it's actually most interesting. Not necessarily just that Neferi isn't banned away, but in its place, it's Swain banned away. That they think that that's the champion that made the biggest difference there. So gonna take that away from Chaser. It's a very big flex pick for the team. And then high priority on this Mordekaiser. That is not where I thought this was going. And to make it even more intense, there's a Silas takeaway. So already high value ultimate to steal for the Silas. This is wild. This draft feels cooked for both sides already.
It's a full flip flop for both teams here. SG knowing that they've been winning that top lane matchup, no matter what the champion is. So I get them taking that Mordekaiser there. Can be easily, not easily, but can be counterpicked away against like a Kennen or something that's kind of ranged out, or maybe even Silas to 1v1 them in that top lane. But I think it's a Nightstar pick. We do see a Lucian though. That is a wild card though that I haven't even thought about at all this season.
I think a little bit what we're seeing happen right now is games 1 through 3 were so dominant from Fools 5 that they feel like they didn't need to make anything unique happen during draft. And now they're like, all right, let's pull out the bag of tricks. Silas is a 3-way flex. Foolish Professor, RF Mouse, and Nightstar Golem, all 3 can pilot that champion. Lucian can be piloted by Nightstar and Bot GF. They have 100% only picked flex picks this far. So Calypso going to be opting in for Caitlyn and Ornn, both very, very safe picks. Don't have a lot of very weak early game matchups for either one of those two. And the only one thing I am concerned about, though, is if they don't lock it in right here, what's that third pick production? Because Gwen is a very, very strong counter pick for Ornn. Okay, it is in that Blink champion pick is going to be set there. So it's just even more like Fools 5 going to come out and pull out all of the tricks during this draft that we haven't seen yet. We have Foolish Professor on the set pick. Although, wait, production, does Blue Man play the set support? Is this what's going on here? I just saying, as far open as this draft feels,
let's talk about the knowns really quick here. So we do know that Calypso is talking about a Ornn SG again. Run that one back. Duddy Brain's probably running the Mordekaiser jungle, taking that away from RF, and then we're gonna probably see Chaser on the Caitlyn. And then with Fools 5, we're gonna have that Silas probably in the mid lane, set top lane, Lucian that bot lane. So the Caitlyn pickup is gonna be a counter pick towards that Lucian. Bot GFRP, we know that they are running that bot lane with just different skills and better fingers in that play up and just kind of 1v1ing themselves into victory, which they can't do against the Swain. That's why they banned the Swain there to deal with that kind of just stopping GF with RP, carrying away games. Bans are going to be set out here with Karma, Yone, Aurora, and Syndra here. So nobody wants to see anybody on a comfortable champion again on both sides.
Out of all of them, I like the Karma ban the most, kind of forcing Nightstar Golden to say, like, we're going to play a high stakes, very trade heavy mid lane matchup here. There's no more safe picks for you. If you go for the Malzahar, that would be the one interesting thing here, but I think that's where they're potentially hinting at towards here. Braum picked up for Fools 5 in the support role. Starting to get some actual frontline set, kind of actually squishy. Not the greatest frontline for your team. Great bruiser, not a great frontline. Gonna fill that gap with the Braum.
A great 1v1 from Mordekaiser though, in the ulti. A great way to take that away from picking up a Lucian or picking up a Braum. away from your team, or the Silas as well. Zyra's gonna be picked up for the bot lane here for Calypso, and that Caitlyn Zyra is going to be a full-on punish lane, trying to create distance, create a path between you and Lucian, and just keep them away from you. Braum is there to stack that passive, so the more distance away and the more damage you're dealing towards the time that they get to you for that passive stacking, the better. It's really a game of who can play who better, though, and that's the biggest issue for Calypso that has been in the team fighting, because we've seen even with a gold lead, even with objective lead, even with a macro or vision lead, they still have lost fight after fight and given up opportunities towards the Fools 5 to take over a game. And with the tally on top of that, I like Fools 5's comp a little bit more than Calypso's.
Even with the Cassiopeia locked in, like, I feel again Calypso has more of a cohesive like 5v5 ARAM team fight here, with that Cassiopeia coming in. I mean, you've got 1-2 dashes with the Silas, with the Lucian, that's going to be prevented there by the Cassiopeia. But you're talking about the Talia going to be able to pop the ultimate and move around the map a lot. Fools 5 have the creative approach here that just keeps Calypso on their toes like they have been the whole night.
You gotta get busy. You gotta get busy. Whoever's busier on the map is the one who's been winning out these games no matter what. Fools 5 has RF, who has been time after time playing Nautilus, playing champions who've just been getting busy on the map here. And what we've seen Duddy Brains is, even though they've been at the right place at the right time, or making situations happen, or even farming more, we've seen Duddy kind of come up short on some of these fights here because of the champion pickups that RF has. But on the Mordekaiser, you can kind of repeat the success that RF had in game 1 and kind of just pull away whoever's the most fed. I mean, but you're gonna have to 1v1 a Silas most of the time anyways, because that you're gonna be just putting the Shadow Realm together with them no matter what, or even just have like 2 or 3 people in there at the same time. This one's like the most even matchup. The only one that's like hard for Fools 5 is gonna be that Lucian Braum versus Caitlyn and Zyra. Mid lane's kind of a weird one to deal with, and then it's all kind of skill based besides that bot lane.
I'm gonna kind of ask both of you guys that are here with me right now to help me out. I'm pretty sure the way it works is there's only one Shadow Realm. So if Silas steals the Mordekaiser ultimate and they both ult at the same time, it's a 2v2. So
I think it has to be the, I can't remember. I think it's in themselves. Like if I can't remember.
am I right on that one? Am I production help out?
Or chat, somebody help us
know
out.
either.
Prayer.
He doesn't know either.
I thought if like Mordekaiser pulls somebody in and then Silas pulls somebody in with the Mordekaiser ulti, like they're all in the same kind of area.
Yep, so
I haven't personally been in that situation like on my same screen to know of. I've been in that situation as an AD carry player where I've been like trying to live my life through a Mordekaiser ulti, but I've never had the blessing of having Silas steal away an ulti and play in that matchup. But I do know that I've seen clips of like Mordekaiser and Silas in like the same kind of buffs in the same area fighting.
So
I'm
if you're either the Silas and the Mordekaiser, who do you want to bring with you into that 2v2 on these team compositions? Who do you want to bring with you?
Honestly, I'm bringing Braum with me. Braum with the passive, maybe set to just like lock them up with the CC and the health and the W to kind of finish them off. It's going to be a pure 1v1 in situation. Silas has the ability to kind of heal off a lot of the damage that Mordekaiser does, but Mordekaiser and them are kind of the same kind of evil facing each other in that one. But again, it's a lot of skill-based matchups here that SG has been winning, even against like a set. Should have a pretty easy time against the Ornn. With the Ornn. And then Naysayer has been trying to be a hero in the darkest of times here for Calypso. So, I mean, against that Talia, it's going to have to deal with a lot of range and a lot of knock-up and CC. into the W and poke damage, and the biggest kind of issue we're having to deal with is if Lucian and Braum are able to make it out of that bot lane without a death or two.
Worried about the Lucian and Braum getting out of there without a death or two. I'm fearful for Chaser and Relics. I mean, if Braum lands his passive on one of the two of those, there's enough burst damage to follow it up on two squishy champions. It's going to be pretty scary down there for him.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting fire with fire. It's going to be a nuke down in that bot lane. Nobody's coming out alive, no matter what happens. So I mean, there's going to be a 1-for-1 or 2-for-2, no matter what's going on down there.
You do have the Zyra root followed up by the trap, so just on the same thing that like if we land a punch, it's game over, and Calypso has that too in their bot lane. If we land one skill shot, you're donezo.
I mean, it all comes down to how Calypso's playing in the later parts of the game here in this one, because Fools 5 has just been throwing everything to the wind and just saying, if I beat you in the team fight, I'm going to take out 2 towers, an inhib, a dragon, a baron. If you're on a gray screen, the whole map's being taken away, and then you're going to have to figure out what to do with the scraps that are left on the map here, because Calypso has been trying to figure out how to make something for nothing since game 1. And they finally figured that out in game 3. Can they do it again? I don't know. All the odds are against them. That's the biggest issue.
I'm sorry. Twitch chat got me on this one. Production coming in with the LTA team that gets relegated. It's more ulted. It's just peak comedy.
And with that being said, though, we'll figure out what happens on the Rift in this game 4 in a little bit here.
All right, on to the Rift we go for the potential bounce back moment. Elysium Calypso is looking for silver scrapes, but can they do it? Can they pull it off? Do you think they got
I got
it in them,
50K. 50K on Calypso right now. If they can't do it, I don't know what odds. Like it could be like a +10 for Calypso right now. If you guys are a DraftKings kind of people right now, or whatever your odds are. With that being said, Calypso is all or nothing in this one. I put 50K on it. If you want to take my money, I think there's a couple seconds left to put your money on 2 Fools 5, but I think we're having silver scrapes no matter what.
I do just want to appreciate Blue Man's skin in the spirit of winter time here. Just feels like on spot for tonight. Gotta appreciate the small things. I mean, in a full 4 or 5 game series, gotta take some time to find things to smile about.
You hear that, Brett? You hear that in the background? That's Santa Claus coming to town to go to the gray screen, because Chaser and Rugs are coming out hot this time. Calypso is going to take over this bot lane. They're going to take over the game right now. They're going to force that game 5. You heard it here first. And if you don't believe me, you can go sit in a corner with Fools 5 when they lose this game 4 and figure out how to get their own game 5 win. And with that being said, I don't care about the matchups right now. I don't care about what's going on. Calypso to the moon. Calypso is going to figure out a way to get this game 5 back in track.
You've been saying it all night to match fire with fire, and we already at 145. We're not gonna farm minions. We're here to fight champion on champion.
How many times have I watched Chaser flash away at Level 1, man. That's just
Level
freaking
1.
ridiculous. Go ahead, Perticus, my bad.
No, you're good. I try to slow it down, just take a break from the intensity, and the teams are just not letting it happen. You're absolutely right. They've come in here to match fire with fire, and you just dumped gasoline on it. Chaser already blowing flash, SG already trading with a set. I mean, what top laner does this? Is facing the set and is the one just pulling aggro and winning out on the auto trade. The teams have been bloody here in the lanes, and game 4 is no different.
I mean, yeah, I keep talking about anxiety for Calypso, but maybe it's just me who has anxiety for Calypso. Just kind of having a rough start to this one. RF Mouse getting kind of low there in the South Jungle, but we'll have that heal back from the Raptor. Duddy Brains having the same kind of clear as well. This matchup is going to be the key point. It has been the key point throughout all 4 games already because of RF playing at Nautilus, RF being so aggressive early, and I mean, Fools 5 hasn't missed a beat so far, but they've been losing their early game and letting Calypso grab these early leads and golds. So I'm not sure how it's going to match up here in this game.
I'm not sure either, and for me at least, and I think you're in agreement that magnifying glass is on that bot lane matchup. Who really comes out ahead, as both the bot lane duos have potential to just blow up and get huge leads, punishing their laners here. As the first person kind of walk out ahead, pulling up the scoreboard, is Bot GF with a small margin of a CS lead here. Blowing flash on Chaser forced them to play pretty safe here, giving control of the lane so far to Bot GF. Both junglers are here on the bot side, but it's going to be Duddy Brains to hit the recall, pull it off. You know, just let them brawl it out. I trust my laner to get a lead. I don't need a gank. They've got this themselves. As the double root comes through there from Relics, SG's doing it. He's doing it. Ornn finding a solo kill on set here. This guy has been playing out of his mind the whole night here in the top lane on the tank matchup.
Yeah, they kind of said foolish, hey, you're going to fill him tonight and you're going to be fed to the wolves over and over and over again. With that being said, RF Mouse has been able to kind of, when it gets too far gone up there, like kind of bring it back to normal, bring it back to just a comfortable lane for Foolish. Foolish has done a great job of stopping SG from being a full-on powerhouse, though, after that Cho'Gath game. So it's been a lane to watch, but I mean, it's definitely been one-sided no matter what. Even on a Gragas game, he's been able to take down that Gragas with a Maokai and play Ornn over and over again. So it's been rough to watch that top lane here. It's also been rough to watch that bot lane until they pulled out that Swain matchup. And both teams here just been trying to figure out how to win through drafting. And then
we're gonna have to find out if
it goes out the window.
Yeah, we'll see if Calypso fell asleep at the keyboard a bit here. Flash forward. They're looking for Chaser, and there's the passive proc. There's no flash, but they can't find the last auto. A very crucial exhaust coming out from Relics, slowing down Bot GF. Cannot close the distance to get that last auto. They're not asleep. They're still fully engaged here in game 4, not giving up. Remember, this is finals. This is the championship on the line, and Calypso stay ready to just react.
Yeah, one thing we've seen change up too as well is that junglers have been parallel to each other rather than farming opposite sides or taking opposite ends of objectives. They've been actually trying to fight for the dragon, fight for the grubs. Do see a back here from Mordekaiser though, who should be going towards that top lane. SG has been having a great time up there, so maybe they will actually decide to swap sides this time. Gonna see Set get some deep vision there to see if they're gonna have a Mordekaiser up there trying to get those grubs. One big problem I do see happening in the later parts of the game though is that Zyra doesn't really scale outside of the laning phase unless they're a great Zyra here. I haven't seen Rugs play Zyra before or really just be that kind of aggressive jungler, or sorry, support, and kind of carry games out of that. Are we going to see a Zyra that's going to be able to land a lot of E's and R's and help out their team? Or is it going to be more of just a poking, zoning kind of support here?
Oh, solo kill coming in for SG. He has the passive proc. First blood just casually in the top lane for SG. Just on the orange set counter. Like, that's not how that matchup should be going.
Yeah, I don't think it kind of feels like they're looking up counter lane matchups here for Foolish, and then Foolish gets that champion and it's just like I don't really know how to use this champion
I
too much.
haven't
Or
done
it's
this
set,
matchup
set, it, set
very
is one of those
often.
champions though of just like if you don't play it a lot, it's one of those champions that will definitely get away from you. That W cooldown can kind of mess you up a little bit here. If you use it to push minions out, it can really mess you up in this team. Those 1v1s.
Well, we have a potential play happening right here in front of us, as it's going to be Duddy Brains pretty far deep into the enemy jungle, steals away the buff, and going to start moving into collapsing here. You have pings on the mini map. They're trying to collapse here. They still don't know that Duddy Brains is here. He finally is going to step forward, get spotted out here by Nightstar, and the play starts activating. They have flash available going over the wall, and now eyesights are on RF mouse, but he can just walk away clearly. Again, I come back to this, that even though this is game 4 and we've been playing about 3 hours worth of League of Legends, all the players are still playing on their tiptoes here, not missing a beat. Nightstar Golden gets the flash over the wall. RF Mouse doesn't put himself in a inescapable position, has the escape plan in front of him, doesn't have to blow his flash. There aren't a lot of mistakes being made in this early game.
Yeah, and then that's Fools 5 being a type of team that responds and fixes mistakes there. I'm surprised I haven't seen Calypso get a little bit more aggressive, to be fair. If you're a team that's been constantly winning these early game battles, constantly having these early game leads, and then falling short at the end of it, then I would expect you to be more aggressive towards the early games, shoving lanes in, getting dives going off. I know it's not really ideal for the bot lane here, but maybe that top lane can get a lot of love, get a lot of grubs going on, and take that tower down early. Ornn's a champion that can farm from way up top and get away, or even just kind of roam around with you. Can kind of make a lot happen from nothing. So we can see that happen. Something's gonna happen though, because I mean, Duddy Brains is on the champion that does scale, but we've seen that Fools 5 just kind of makes plays happen no matter what.
Look at the little cheeky just blast cone denial there from Nightstar Golden stepping up to pop that. They're looking towards a dive here as the Zyra, Caitlyn. They're both very kind of squishy here in the early game. If they kind of sneak this in, it could be explosive. They're going to move in now there, but flash away already by Relics. There's the passive proc, but he's underneath the tower. Duddy Brains with the ultimate. They are looking to punish this play, and he's going to find it. Bot GF is going to fall down to the Mordekaiser in Brazil, and actually kill is given over to Jacer as he pops out. So that's the kill into the ADC carry. SG finds a solo kill in the top lane again. Calypso just looking like not even batting an eye, going down 2-0. This game is already in their favor.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures, and this is not the time you want to call out your plays like this here for Fools 5. You've been winning off of these later parts of the matches and winning off of full-on 5v5 team fights here. You don't want to be making plays like that early. And Relics, you can tell, sniffed that one out. Notice they weren't in lane. Notice they weren't hiding in the little sub part there in that bot lane. So there's only one place they could be, and that's hiding that tri bush. And great job by them to have that IQ for that one.
And it wasn't just surviving. He popped and got the 2-man root off of it, got his ultimate off of it. But Naysayers is going to go underneath tower. Should be a trade 1-for-1 here just to keep the tempo moving forward. But going back to Relics, he got the root off and his ultimate off before he went into the Braum stun. It was more than just flashing away there, just to highlight how well of a play it was for him as the support. Sometimes you don't know exactly what a support does because it doesn't show up in the KDA lineup there. But he was a big catalyst for that play going in favor of Calypso.
And it's a big factor too, because you can't take that ulti with you. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be there in that time you respawn, but it could have been used in that fight. So even if Rugs went down, it's a great job by him to throw those abilities out there before he goes down, in which he still survived in those fights. So Dudley as well being in the right place, right time. Naysayer has had enough of Knight in that mid lane matchup though. Has had enough of Nightstar just being able to slow down Naysayer. So Naysayer, you could see, just going all out there in that mid lane and trading 1-for-1 to see that RF Mouse is on. The Void Guards will take them down. So Fools 5 might be down in kills, but they're up in aggression and macro right now. But there will be a dragon spawning for Calypso. This could turn into a huge fight.
Yeah, we haven't talked very much about the objective state of the game because people haven't been fighting over the objectives. There's been a lot of handshakes, and it looks like it's going to be Fools 5 is finally fed up with that. They're going to step forward here in the mid lane, contesting the second Drake to spawn here as SG finished up the Heartsteel up here, continuing to get the passive proc followed up with the item passive. His auto attacks just hurt on rotation. Playing it slow and steady, and Foolish Prof's laning state is miserable. Nobody is available to come help get him out of it. Dragon started up is going to go over towards Elysium Calypso. Fools 5 is going to get here late for the objective fight, but they might have something to say about it on the backside. They want it. They want the fight stepping forward, but can't find the angle for it.
This is a different type of Fools 5 too, because usually they would just throw their bodies at it and see what happens. They do know that bot GF with RP is not on a hyperscaler, is on a casting kind of in the middle of a Lucian, and Lucian does need a lot of time to roam around, a lot of time to get a couple of items on top of that, but can also be aggressing at any point of the game. So I'm not sure why they didn't take that fight. It should be like something ideal for them to take these 13 to 20 minute fights here with a Lucian Braum combo. But I mean, Duddy Brains is on that Mordekaiser, is feeling pretty confident too, and it's just a different type of game here that we haven't seen yet between Calypso and Fools 5, and I'm hoping that it can turn into a switch for Calypso to kind of flip the games on its head and really put Fools 5 into a situation where they are pressured into a loss, and actually it happens into another loss for them, as this game 4 is really the tiebreaker for Calypso if they can make it happen for them.
You want to know something I didn't have on my bingo card? I did not have a laner being up 1k plus gold on his lane opponent. And I'm having flashbacks to that Cho'Gath, except this time it's an Ornn. SG is up about 1.5k on his lane opponent against a set on Ornn. This is just not how I thought the matchup would play out. And
it's one of those sleepy characters, man. You disregard an Ornn, and all of a sudden, again, it's like a Mordekaiser, like a Mundo, like a Maokai, whatever. They take 2 towers away, and then all of a sudden you're figuring out how to get rid of an Ornn, and then the Caitlyn and the Naysayer are 1v1 of you. Here comes the retro fight, though.
Yep, the Collapse is coming in. They're looking for the Smite Steal. It might come through. It doesn't. It's going to be Duddy Brains grabbing the objective, as Naysayer is just going to start collecting some kills on the backside of it. RF Mouse gives his life away just for the attempt on the Smite Steal.
We have another fight here in the bot lane too. Bot GF with RP caught up with the ulti from Zyra. Huge damage going in onto the Lucian. Lucian returns fire with their own ulti as they move this one back into, and GF with RP not losing a beat, still pushing that bot lane wave, and we're seeing a team kind of on their heels in a position where they shouldn't be. Fools 5 looking like they are a little bit regressing here at the state of this game of game 4. Top lane has been a complete annihilation here of Foolish Professor against SG.
Yeah, that's going to be the 600 gold for the first tower going over there just to even farther keep the gold lead going, as Duddy Brains is going to find the ultimate, catching out Nightstar in his own jungle. There, he's not getting out of this one. Just another kill going over, and this is decisive. I called it. I put my money on it when they won game number 3. I said, we're going to Silver Scrapes. This is going the run haul, and I think we're seeing the outcome of that. Calypso playing with the utmost confidence in game 4 and their bounce back.
A great job by them to knock off the nerves and kind of settle themselves down and know that they can be a top contender as well. I mean, even Duddy Brains is showing a whole different side of themselves, flashing the Talia E at the same time of pulling them into the ulti. You can see that top lane's kind of falling apart here after 0-2 on the set, trying to get a little bit of scraps back here of what they can in gold, but they are already down, like you said earlier, 1,500 gold. It's just been getting higher and higher for this SG. SG on the Ornn has been insane right now.
Foolish Prof, where are you going? There is a big Orn here trying to walk you down, ulting the Orn away as RF Mouse is coming to bail out his laner along with the whole squad of Fools 5. 4-man top just to stop Orn in his tracks. You're going to give over the bounty to Bot GF, and there's the Rift Herald play. They're going to punish this. Calypso playing off the lead that SG has started to gather here. I love to see it. Should be SG. Yes, gave over his bounty, gave over his life, but to earn 2 towers for his team for it.
And that's how it should be. If my top laner is going to be creating such a lead and such a powerful a force in that top lane, then I should be getting twice as much here in the mid lane, in the bot lane, if they do dive like that. And great job by Calypso to recognize his 4 members up there, and they can't be here in the mid lane. Flashed by RF in that mid lane, though, and they're returning their own retaliation from Fools 5. Take down that blue tower.
Yeah, I might have to take back my comment. Naysayer backed off the bot lane tower, so instead SG will be trading his life away for a tower and a dragon instead. Calypso opting to go for the Drake rather than the bot tower there. And again, it's just 3 people top here for SG, and this time I don't think they have the firepower or the crowd control to hold down SG, and now it will be the bot lane tower going over as they continue to try and pressure it, and Foolish Professor is spotted out by Naysayer in the shrub. This just feels awful for the set.
Is getting bodied by 3 people right now. Continuous damage going on and on again. Foolish is trying to get some little bit of return.
There's no way to bring
back.
it back.
Naysayer flashing, and Naysayer to stay alive. Oh, he gets a kill out of that one, and there's a little bit of life left in here on the set. Great return fire there from him to get a kill back. At least you got cut out by 3 people, but you take 1 with you, so not too bad. And regarding the position that you're in, anyways. But with that being said, the map looks a whole lot different than it did 2 or 3 minutes ago. Both mid lane towers are gone, both bot lane towers are gone, and both top lane towers are gone. Sorry, the blue tower in the bot lane is still alive, but that red one is gone. And
yeah, that's a total.
There's a lot more opportunities for picks and team fight and objective fights here to happen.
4 towers and a dragon going down just in the past minute and a half. And again, it's weird to say this, but this is the game state we were in game 1. Calypso has played well, great macro. They have the gold lead. Fools 5 is not that far behind, just only 1k behind as the Ralix is going to spot 2 people out in the bush surprise. But Fools 5 playing scrappy, even though they're behind, have kept up with the team and are not that far behind in the gold.
And it's been tried and true for Calypso to be in this position. It's a problem of finishing out in this type of fashion here for them. They haven't been able to get the lead and keep the lead and then get the win, except for the last game there, where Fools 5 made a couple of mistakes happen, but it came down to the wire there for Calypso to grab the game and return this sweep over. The thing with Fools 5 though is they don't have that insurance. They don't have that bot lane Kog'Maw. They don't have that bot lane Jinx. They have a bot lane Lucian who has to work for every kill. You gotta do 3 or 4.
They're just Bot GF pops the ultimate to try to create some distance. They're just trying to keep Duddy Brains a bit far off here. But so far it's just testing the waters here for Elysium Calypso, trying to figure out if they can make a play happen here. Playing very respective. I love to see them not overcommitting for the play here.
Again, on that point though, yeah, the bot GF with RP has to work for every kill they get. Chaser does have insurance on top of that though. They are part of that hyper carry club. The problem is that they fall off around this part of the game that is League of Legends, and they pop back on around that IE with 2 items mark. Maybe like 10-15 minutes for them to be that huge hyper carry that is Caitlyn. And then you have another insurance on top of that. So you have you got fire insurance and water flood insurance with Caitlyn and the Cassiopeia in that mid lane on Naysayer. Hopefully though that Relics and Duddy and SG can do enough of either creating space or creating enough damage to take them out on the side of Fools 5. But Fools 5 is kind of playing with the time that they usually gave themselves to win games, and we're at a game that could be a 40-minute just non-stop fighting action, or a 40-minute just kind of snooze fest waiting for somebody to take an objective or fight over what's kind of left up in the air. Calypso does have the advantage of having 2 over 1 Drake for Fool's 5, so that next one can matter a lot. And that Baron can be bursted down so quickly on the side of Calypso.
For the first time tonight, we get a chance to really catch our breath and kind of pause. And if I was Fool's 5, I wouldn't be too happy about it here, seeing that Naysayer has the 2 items completed. Rod of Ages at the full 10 stacks on it. This Cassiopeia is set and ready to take over this game. We got Drake spawning up here in 40 seconds, so it's going to be time for the team to move in, get vision established here. If Fools 5 wanted to make a play on the objective, I think it would be now. Unfortunately, though, RF Mouse did steal the Mord ultimate earlier, just a second ago, so stealing away Mord ult isn't available for this dragon fight. And I think that's crucial to keep track of what does he choose to take, since he can't take the Mord ult.
Yeah, I mean, the Cassiopeia ult can be a very good substitute for that. As
Oh,
well as the
foolish
Ornn
press!
ult.
Look at the flank. There's no ward in that bush. They don't know that the set is here. Just there it is, onto Naysayer, popped by the Lucian ultimate to follow it up, but there is the Zhonya's going to stall things out a little bit farther, and you have RF Mouse on the back side of it, cutting off their escape. They need to fight. Calypso has to fight their way out of this, and RF Mouse still has the flank available as the aggro is going onto the dragon here, and they might have a coin flip moment there. RF is on vision. They know that the Silas is on the flank here, but they're still choosing to burn down the Baron. This is coin flip. My anxiety is going through the roof as we have the engage come in from SG. And just look at the damage he's able to output. Zyra ultimate goes in, and we're going to go in. First person to fall is Foolish Pref, as Chaser is coming online here, and they're going to start taking over this fight. Calypso is in it. Naysayer has gone untouched here until a big moment from RF's mouth going in, but Naysayer with the double item gets the item shield there and is not bothered by Silas and stays alive.
What an insane fight right there. Fools 5 does get the dragon, but I mean, Calypso just showing the power of their whole team comp going off right now. Great job by Tish to stay alive, almost taking down the Talia at the very end right there as well. We'll decide to grab that mid lane tower for a little bit of a consolation prize off of that fight. This is kind of just like a precursor of what should be happening here in the later parts of the game. Chase is going to need a little bit more time there to be a full-on carry, but Naysayer did so much damage before they decided to back in that bot lane too. There's not a lot of answer for Fools 5. They don't have that, again, that hyper carry to carry. They don't have that hyper carry mid lane or just a control mage on top of that. They have the Talia that just does continuous damage and throws an ulti down, but it's not like an Orianna. It's not like the Karma, so it's not doing a little bit more for them that they need out of these fights here. The Silas try to do their best, but that's another scaling champion that's not gonna be able to do a lot unless they take the Mordekaiser with them, which that cooldown was down. The next point of attention here is gonna be that Baron. 25 minutes in, Calypso looking like they're gonna force that Silver Scrapes out pretty easily.
After that team fight, I'd be feeling extremely confident as Calypso, because Fools 5 did everything right. You know, they got the Silas set up for the flank. Calypso had a ward there. They got Foolish Prof on the flank, and you see Naysayer react very quickly going into this stasis before Nightstar followed it up with any more CC. Just denial on both flanks there, and that's really what Fools 5's team composition is looking to do with the Silas, with the set, trying to set up the flanks, denied twice as they prepared for that fight.
Yeah, you can call it a flank comp, you can call it a pick comp, but it just kind of feels like an overusage of utility here. They don't really need, you know. There's not anything here out of the champions that you couldn't get out of what you played in the last couple of games. It's a little bit more dynamic than it was based off of the kind of front to back kind of team comps they had before, but it's just a weird decision to pick this kind of team comp when you're this close to ending out of the series. To go this far right or this far left off of what you've been playing the last 3 games is a little bit crazy to pull it out in such a dire situation.
I think that's an extremely accurate observation, as I might pause on this conversation here as we have yet another flank from RF Mouse. You see Relics is the one closest to that Silas. That is a champion that you can just pop here, but the minion wave has been cleared. This play is probably over for the team. I was going to say, I have not seen, as Naysayer is going to be the one to find the Silas and the brush, but I haven't seen has Talia ulted at any point this game? I think that's a perfect example of your utility that's going completely unused right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make a play happen on Talia, it should have been like 15 minutes ago, and it hasn't really been done yet. Or you use that to kind of stop the team from going into objectives, or just kind of using it to peel away some of your fights that are going on. And I haven't seen any of that come out of it yet. They have used it. They've had to have used it once or twice. It just can't really, hasn't been impactful to recognize that it has been used is the biggest issue I think that's coming out of it. But again, it's just a lot of those. Sometimes you kind of stray away from what's been working for you, and what we have to recognize is that Calypso has been doing that successfully here. Relics went from playing Seraphine twice to a Senna, and now popping off on a Zyra that has been used more out of their plants than they have out of their ultis here. Just the plants alone, pushing W and E on top of that, and blocking.
Look at that Caitlyn damage. Bot GF is just forced back to go back to Fountain.
A Lucianar like that. I mean, Bucks has been popping out too, but yeah, that Caitlyn damage is insane. Forcing the back, and now we're just forcing another situation where Fools 5 has to walk right back into a Dragon Pit.
And this time they don't have the flank set up. They just spotted out the set, so they know that it's not going to be behind them. He does have the TB to maybe try to get creative here. I'd be looking at Nightstar Golden here. Maybe this is our Talia moment. Pop the ultimate, separate people, but you have your 2 carries putting out damage onto the Ornn as SG pops the Ornn ultimate. Big shield coming out from Blue Man is just going to completely negate that ultimate, and we're back to a standstill here. The 2 people, old Western style, just staring down each other. Nobody has started up the dragon yet. There it is. Duddy Brain's going to start aggroing it, going to put the timer on to Fools 5 to make a play happen. There's the Talia ultimate. Does cut off Chaser from the rest of his team, but there's no follow-up on this play. RF goes forward, is playing damage down onto Duddy Brains, and they're going to trade their lives. There's no more jungler alive for either one of these teams, as Bot Jeff is trying to find the damage and close the distance, but SG is just so tanking. Naysayer taking on the 1v1 on the top of our screen there, and Bot Jeff might be coming out with the outplay. 1 person dead. That's going to be 2 before the Caitlyn ultimate arrives. Bot Jeff completely saves the play for the team. Still, Calypso is ahead. Chaser just going to be 1v1 in the Drake all alone. What an explosive fight.
What a great job of both teams right there. I mean, great job at bot GF with RP, but I mean, you're on the Lucian. Just takes so much work to deal out what you've been doing the past 3 games there, and you're seeing the loss of the momentum here from Fools 5 as Calypso completely takes over. Chaser feeling really confident on that Caitlyn 6-0. They locked down that 3rd Drake and finally forced themselves into a soul position here that they can use to their advantage that they've been doing this whole game. 3k gold lead here for Calypso on the blue side, up 8 kills, up 1 dragon, can take down the Baron a lot faster too on the next fight that they have that is a winning fight. And thankfully though, both teams have both their bases outstandingly healthy right now. I mean, all outer towers except the mid lane towers for the red team, and then all outer towers for the side of blue. But one fight could change it all. I mean, we're at 31 minutes here. The gray screen timers are going to be a lot longer than usual in some of the fight.
Oh, they might be a sliver of hope here as they're going to find the pick here onto Duddy Brains. The Talia ultimate just going to slightly not... Nope, Duddy Brains stuck in the wall. Weird thing going on right there as RF Mouse is going to finally find the kill here. And they're right around the Baron pick. Keep pushing the pressure forward here. Still, a pick is a pick here. Fools 5 is not going down without a fight. There it is. There's the Baron rotation. They picked off the jungler, so that's going to be what is up on the menu here for the team. Starting to clear it out. They did not catch all the wards here, so Elysium Calypso knows that this is going to happen, going to try to contest as the 4-man squad. We're going to have just another high-stakes fight here on the table as Baron's already down to half health, and Blue Man is just obliterated, and Naysayer putting the pressure down onto Nightstar Golden, goes into the status, come back to find that he has no teammates around him. Nightstar Golden, brilliant use of his item to block the Caitlyn ultimate, but Chaser just has the damage. A triple kill for him to be the difference maker here in these neck and neck fights.
Yeah, that Baron felt a little bit late here for the start of Fools 5. He took them down, and then he gave them time to recognize that you're going towards that Baron pit, and now you see that 3 members went down for the count there. Talia and Bajie of the RP still alive, but the rest of the members of Calypso that are still alive are taking down this Baron.
We just have Mordekaiser going to pull off Nightstar Golden, maybe stepping up too much just to see what was happening. Punished for being a little bit nosy, but still impressive. Bot GF just continues to be the lifeline for Fools 5.
Might be a little too late here at this game, though. Usually we're seeing Bot GF just carry away fights that are a winning potential for them and able to create bigger leads. The fights that Bot GF was winning with this Lucian, though, has just been desperation after desperation, trying to get what they can based off of a losing fight already, and this has been a very calculated fight and game forward for Calypso in this one. I mean, they're already up 5k gold. They've been up for a long time. They've kept the gold this time, which has been a story that they haven't really been able to keep on their own here. So it's a great job to see Calypso kind of learn from their mistakes and make up from past games in this one. Can you close it out, though? Can you figure out how to bring it home and force that game 5? Can you keep making picks happen? Naysayer has been outstanding on this Cassiopeia of the burst damage. And then, I mean, you have Caitlyn 9-0-4. That's just crazy to see. And with the way that bot lane kind of went for Relics and Caitlyn, it wasn't one-sided. It was very back and forth. So, I mean, Calypso's definitely come together as a team and have been able to make plays happen.
Some IRL scaling going on there. I love that you highlight Naysayer. I mean, this is the player who blind picked Yasuo game 1. It fell flat on its face to be bouncing back here and be a key player here in game 2. In that Baron fight, you know, was zoning away Bot GF and Nightstar Golden solo on the top side of the Baron pit as they just continue to get control of the river here. Dragon hasn't even spawned yet, and they have complete vision control right now. Only things preventing them is the Skeletal Crab that they can't clear away, but they're not even letting Fools 5 get close to the river here, using the pressure of that Baron buff to get control of the river.
You know, we've seen Relics on the Senna, Relics on the Seraphine. This Zyra feels like A+, S+ tier right now. Just the zoning of the plants itself, and not even having to put yourself in harm's way and then doing so much damage on top of that is insane. Look at RF in the backside here, though, ready to make a fight happen if they can. But there's a lot of minions on that top lane knocking on the door. Whoa!
That dealing headshot!
Whoa! GF with RP almost going down.
And we have the Caitlyn ultimate too. Nightstar Golden just carrying her out.
That was a headshot. That wasn't even an ulti.
That was the headshot.
My. Yeah, I mean, just pack it up, FF. Go next, and you have to figure out what's going on with this next game, because this series is going to be at a game 5 no matter what, just based off of that headshot right there. Chaser's coming for the throat right now. He's trying to end this game out, no matter what it takes.
I mean, I love talking about how players like earn trophies. Like, you won the team fight, and you get to go get Dragon as your trophy. Chaser landed a headshot, and they get Dragon Soul off of it. Like, that's all it took. As there's the Lee ultimate coming in, I guess we're going to choose to fight now. W Brains pops Bot GF into the Mordekaiser ultimate, and he tries to loop back to his team. He's going to spawn back in, but be right into the face of the rest of the Elysium Calypso squad as the fight continues to rage on. Fools Press Faster with a flash forward, gets a 2-man stun off, but Naysayer goes into this status effect, comes back trying to pick a fight with Bot GF, does not find it. Bot GF is still alive. He's took down Chaser, took down Naysayer, and he's moving forward. Fools 5 wins a fight out of nowhere.
No way. What is going on right now? Are they pushing for an end too? There's 40 seconds on everybody but Chaser. Chaser does have the ultimate when they do respawn. Those 40 on Chaser as well. There's 4 members down to the side of Calypso. This could be a game 4 win for Fools 5. I mean, how the heck does Bot GF continuously come out with wins like this is insane. There's no way, there's no possibility in the realm of chances this happens right now. Vertex, just take it home.
It's Relics defending the base. We saw this in game 1 on the Seraphine. Maybe the Zyra can make some difference as he pops the ultimate, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's a win. Fools 5 is going to close out the series right now in game 4. I bashed the Talia. I thought that was a hopeless, like, oh man, I just ready for the game by Nightstar Golden going into that Talia ultimate. But it cut off the team with the team fight win in mid. They win the series in game 4. They actually did it. They did it. Like, what?
Are you stressed out, dude? That just stressed me out. I don't know what to tell you. Wow. How many games are gonna end like that? I mean, that was the last one clearly because Fools 5 just took it home. But I mean, that's 3 games in a row where everything was at their door of just saying, hey, I'm Calypso, I'm coming in to take your stuff and you can't do anything about it. And Fools 5 just says, no, not today, and they shut the door in their face and just say, hey, it's my series to win. I worked every day here to get here, and I worked through a long series and a long season, and I got my finals win. And if there's no way to prove that bot GF with RP earned that MVP, I mean, that last fight right there on a champion like Lucian, there's only 2 people in LCS or even like Worlds capabilities that play League of Legends that have been able to prove that Lucian is a good AD carry, and that's been Double Lift and SKT
Bang?
Nope. The Vayne player. I can't remember his name, but that's how long ago it was. Uzi. No, it was before.
Oh man, you're reaching back farther before my time.
Yeah, I know. I that's how far Lucian has been garbage, man. Lucian's a garbage AD carry, and they just pulled out a win with that because it just doesn't make sense. Like, this whole series didn't make sense, and I just want to capitalize on the fact that Fools 5 just did a great job, and Calypso played their heart out too. You can tell that they really wanted to come back and make that series happen, but that's why I had my hands on my head. Dude. I just couldn't believe what happened. It just looked like Calypso was gonna like win that team fight and take down the towers, and then just have a Super Scrapes happen and just rip my heart out from my chest because Fools 5 came back again and then won it. And great job.
I mean, it was a season-long journey to get there. They fought hard as a new org on the scene to kind of stay in the top 3 when it came to the standings. Flame Horizon kind of taking away the top spot from them, so there was already a chip on their shoulder that they were denied #1 seed going into playoffs, and because of that reason, they found themselves on the up against Odyssey Hyperion. That went all the way to 5-game series. They fought tooth and nail to be here tonight, and I didn't expect the championship to be any different. They fought tooth and nail for this trophy here. And we talked a lot about bot GF, but I want to highlight the rest of the squad. Nightstar Golden with that pretty crucial Talia ultimate there in game 4. In game 2,
it was like they heard us talking crap.
Yeah, they knew.
I'll show you. Piglet was AD carry. Piglet and Double Lift.
Okay,
I finally figured it out. Yeah, it's like Talia just was like, okay, the casters are talking crap about my playstyle. I'm just gonna start pushing Talia R at the best time possible and pull the full fight around.
Yeah, we'll get an interview with the team coming up here pretty soon. Production's working on getting that together as we get to crown them the champions of the Piltover division. You know, first time that we're calling it the Piltover division, and they get the championship here. I love these like kind of Discord titles that like is solely unique to these 5 players. Excited to give that to them tonight. Oh, they're coming in now.
Let's go.
Oh no, we're gonna start getting called for the Talia comments. Bring it in.
Oh man, dude.
How you feel, Blue Man?
That's Blue Man talking.
I feel like that was a very, very rough game to win, and the only way we win is just by waiting and being very patient until we find that one fight that allows us to just run down. And we did. I was Very tough.
Who's the shot caller of Foolish 5?
Kind of a mix of everyone, to be honest. I would say jungle ADC are probably the main two that have the most say in the fights.
I kind of assume that like it kind of runs through jungle AD carry on the team. Is that how it feels when you guys are playing team fights out, playing out all of the reverse sweeps and best of fives that we've had going on?
Yeah, I would say so. It feels really natural that because we like to pick hyper scaling ADCs, we just Jackie or a bot GF with RP just says like, hey, hit this guy, I'm hitting this guy, just hit this guy with me, get me reset on Jinx, and then we go. And it's just what we do.
That's awesome to hear that like bot GF is just as much of a leader in the comms when it comes to the DPS. And so that kind of answered one of my questions. I was just curious kind of what was the dynamic there that's actually happened in the comms for him, who is the kind of like highlight player for you guys. But I'm just kind of curious because you started off so dominant in game 1 and 2. Was there a point that you were nervous during the series, or going into game 4 where you're still like, nah, guys, I think we got this?
I think. Go ahead.
Okay. Once some of their later picks started coming through, we were like, how does Lucian play this game at all? And you know, there was some decent nervousness going on there at that point, but like Blue Man said, we got the one fight that mattered.
That's how the whole series, I mean, game 2 feels the same way. You got the one fight that mattered, and then we're walking it down mid to end the game.
By very small length, by like 1 second timers, we were winning these games. Their whole team was up in what, 3 seconds when we ended the game. Like if death timers weren't like increased this season, I don't know, those games would have been way harder to end.
When you guys are in those types of situations, you've been in them over and over again. How do you keep your mental kind of clear? How do you keep the main goal clear? We did see like one time in the game 3 turnaround, you guys like TP'd top lane with the Gragas and sent the Orianna back into and kind of tried to end that one in a scuffle. How do you keep those situations from like keeping you from turning around and just like losing your mental?
I can really only speak for myself. I would say it's more or less just calling out like, hey, it's still winnable, you know? They will mess up, you know. We're not all pro players. We're not at the highest tier, so people mess up, people overstep, people push too many waves, they get a little bit greedy, and we just have to wait for that, right? If we're not ahead and we can't take initiative, we just have to wait for our chance, take it, and then get as much as we can out of that one chance that we have.
Yeah, I do want to take a second to talk to Foolish as well. Foolish is the one that runs Fools 5, is the org owner, and is a very good friend of ALL and Misery as well. Foolish, how you doing? How's it feel to win a finals championship?
This is just insane. I've ran into the comp scene less than a year ago. Tried out for a few teams that just didn't work out, so I said, fine, we'll do it ourselves. Myself and Seraph, she helps me run the org mostly. I was surprised when these guys asked me to fill in, so it kind of turned into the meme of fine, I'll do it myself. And, you know, I got completely stomped in lane every time by SG. Shout out to him. He is 10 times the top laner that I am or ever will be. But I found a couple good angles, couple good fights. Proud of the first Gragas game, not so much the second one. But
Your first Gragas game went crazy, man. We won 2 fights purely off of your just Gragas mechanics and finding the right place.
But yeah, just to answer your question in one last sentence, this is an insane high I'm feeling right now. Fools 5 takes a chip within the first year. I'm more than happy with that.
Do you have any plans to celebrate? Kind of just like what you did is what you feel like, just like is it like a high and it's a lot of energy, or are you feeling relieved? This was a season-long journey. You guys have been playing League of Legends for about 2 to 3 months now on end. Is this like full energized, like, oh, we did it, and you're ready to start, shaking the beer can, or is this a breath of relief that it's over?
I mean, for me, it's mostly just excitement. Like I've watched these guys from the sidelines. Like I subbed in a few times mid at the beginning of the season, and I tried to join in on their matches between games and help them out with whatever insights I could find. But like I'm shaking right now. There's so much. It's pure energy. I don't have any beer in the house. If I did, I wouldn't have any after this. No, I don't know how I'm gonna sleep tonight. Honestly, I got 2 young kids too. It's gonna be rough tomorrow.
That's awesome, man. Enjoy it while you can. There's always next season too. Do you feel you're gonna run it back again, or is this like a one and done kind of thing?
We got a couple options. I do know. I mean, I do know we are making some changes for the Zon. We're also hopefully going to be putting 2 teams in Zon. As for this Piltover roster, there's a couple things we got to figure out. Who wants to stay, who wants to go, kind of thing. We'll do tryouts for everyone, no matter what, as an org. But no, it's just a good group of guys. Holy.
To speak to Blue Man, I kind of early on the season was like, this guy is just an engaged player. He plays tanks. How does it feel to win a game on Lulu? Kind of proving the production team and podcast wrong here tonight.
I mean, it's kind of just what my team needs, really. It feels really good, but I feel like whenever I go engage, I just run it down. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of engaged champs, I've just been like, yeah, we can look. And then I miss my blitz hook, then I miss my, my thresh flay, and then I lantern at the wrong place, and it's like, okay, maybe it's not good. Maybe I just go back to Lulu and just shield my ADC.
The Blue Man Blitzcrank is a good meme in the org.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, with an AD carry like bot GF with RP, it's kind of hard to not just sit back and play a Lulu or a Yumi or anything like that. But we did see you win a couple of engaged games in like the last series as well. So you've shown a huge champ pool. Same with all Fools 5. And how did you guys feel when you seen like Nefiri come at you and Swain come at you? And we did see that the bans came out with that one. Did that kind of change up your play style there, or did you just kind of believe in the hope of just waiting for late?
I kind of had the wrong idea in draft, and I didn't ban Swain, and I banned Silas instead, which is like the direct counter to Swain. So that was my bad. We weren't supposed to let Swain through that draft at all. And then Nefiri, I wouldn't say I was worried until it started picking up kills, because it would have been really hard to play Nefiri, in my opinion, in that draft against us if it didn't get early leads. Kind of like how Lucian felt really tough in that last game if we didn't get leads. I didn't see a whole lot of angles. Sorry.
You're good. I just wanted to go back to kind of communication. You guys talked about how bot GF kind of is an initiator in the comms. Like he says, hey, this is I'm hitting, like go forward, go forward, go forward. I'm curious, as a team, kind of what's the communication dynamic when it comes to the macro plays, because you guys seemed very, very decisive when you would win. It was we got 1 kill, and now we have 3 kills, and now we're getting an inhibitor. So how fast that unfolds, is there a lot of preparation that goes into that, or is it just very quick reactive shot calling?
I think it's quick reactive shot calling. We have more like vague plans, like, okay, we want to play towards this side, we want to dragon stack. But after that, it comes to reactive, like, okay, what's the game state right now? Can we play top side? Ooh, we can play top side, get this tower and rotate down to mid, and then get this tower. It's a lot of just in the moment, in the heat of the moment calls where we can take this and not lose as much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that you guys must be practicing hard and just running through a lot of drills and the communication has to be on par to deal with stuff like that. Because I did notice that like whenever we thought bot GF with RP was down for the count, or even RF was down for the count, they just had some way of staying alive. Either was from Blue Man or the rest of the team, kind of keeping them up and ready to go. Do you guys struggle with keeping bot GF with RP towards your line of like defenses, or do you guys just let bot with GF with RP go crazy and run at the team? And like even on the Jinx game, she was way up, or they were way up high and didn't really get punished for it. Is that something you guys just let it happen, or do you like let's calm down a little bit, or just kind of run away with the game?
I think for him, it's a lot of times the team's reacting to his different levels of aggression throughout the game. You know, the random Jinx reset, and now he's really pushing the fight. And then it's like he's on a leash, and then as soon as it's go time, he's gone. You
Yeah,
can't catch it. You just gotta be Ornn or Gragas or whatever enchanter, and get in front of him and pray.
Pretty
right.
much.
That just makes it even funnier because he's playing Jinx. So like on the Rift, he's literally just running at the other team as soon as he got one kill. Like he is actually just running it down.
Yep.
He's just successful at it.
Yep.
Wait, bot GF with RP. When are you doing a Jinx cosplay? Then that's coming, yeah.
No, that'd be hilarious to see. Yeah, you guys did very, very good, great today. You can tell that us casters, or just me in particular, is very wore out from the amount of games you guys had. You guys went from like a 40-minute game to just 23 minutes, I think, and then 30, and then 30 again, and you guys knew when to end. Is that just based off of wanting to get it over with, or was that more of like calculated aggression on knowing when you can end?
The last game was, can we end, please? Can we end, please?
Yeah, the last game was
Oh my God.
absolutely
Next.
like, this is the only fight we've gotten that we've won. Just go. Just go. It's 60-second timers. Just go. If we don't go now, we lose the game.
Congratulations to all of you guys, especially Foolish. Just congratulations, like you said. Foolish 5 grabbing their first trophy here tonight. Incredibly awesome. High stakes, really high intense games. I Same thing as Heat. Just incredibly impressed and almost speechless at the high level of League of Legends I got to see tonight on the amateur scene. It blows. I cannot fully grasp how well you guys played tonight. To really stand up to Calypso, who is a very big threat here in the Piltover division.
Yeah, they were not an easy team to beat at all. They were very disciplined, and they knew, we don't have numbers, we don't take the fight. If we have to give something, we have to give something. It was really hard to crack through them, especially with comps that they know how to play really well.
Yeah, I feel
As-
like both sides said mess around or find out at a couple of points in the whole series.
100%. 100%. That's what makes League exciting, though. Just that, like, you know what? I don't care. Let's fight. I want to fight moments.
Yep.
That's what I love.
as we let you guys get back to your team and kind of celebrate the big win, do you guys have closing thoughts? Things you want to say out to Slash all here? Or just any other things that you want to comment on, or even ask me and Heat?
Not anything other than, I really enjoyed the season. I thought, the teams were fun. They were good. The competitiveness was there. And I thought the casting was pretty good for every series that I saw personally.
Yeah, you guys did great on casting. All the administrative staff have run a good tournament. Everything was fair, and that's really all we can ask for. As far as what I want to say is, we're not done. We got more.
Season
sir.
6 coming in. Production lead, tournament owner, Brendan, you have any thing you want to say to your season 5 Piltover champions?
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Brendan's in the background saying that he
Oh,
loves
there
you
we
guys.
go. No,
Thank you,
yeah, here's my
everybody.
production mic. It's live. It's unmuted. I had to get the button. But yeah, congrats to the teams. Congrats to Flame Horizon 2. They ended up taking 3rd place. Congrats to Calypso taking 2nd place. And then obviously congrats to Fools 5, Season 5 champions. Congrats to Budgiev with RP getting the MVP and all the awards to the 1st and 2nd team. I mean, we had a action-packed night. So thank you to all the teams, all the orgs, team captains, coaches, viewers, all makes it fun. So big shout out to you guys. I think that's all I have.
Yeah. Well, if you guys want to, go back to your team call or your guys' Discord server, we'll send off Pools 5 to let them celebrate. Next week we've got one last game for the Zon division finals, and then we'll be sending it off to close out season 5. So thank you to everybody who's watched this far into the stream to send off the Piltover Division Season 5, and to kind of piggyback off of Foolish Professor. This isn't the end. So we'll see you guys Season 6, Piltover Division.